Wahoo! Wahoo! It's a me, Monacata. It's a me. How are we doing this evening? We have some northern muck, trembling madness, agami and peach, college style. To start off the evening, starting off the evening with some northern monk, trembling madness, trembling madness. lo-fi.
Let's get some lo-fi going, shall we? Oh! Lo-fi. 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 Oh, why am I logged out? Why log me out, epidemic? Epidemic shit. So loud. All right. How is everyone going to know my password now? Did you all just see me type it in? I didn't even type a password in. So shut up. Come here, chair. Oh, I need to move the camera down. You heard me type it, did you? It's still sunny outside. Through this window in front of me. It feels weird to be streaming when there's still sun outside. Feels weird. What's going on? What is going on? Ooh. Turn myself up a bit. Ooh. There we go. There we go. Yeah, while I'm at it, I'll just send you a picture of the front and the back of my credit card. Vampire moon confirmed. It burns! The sunlight burns! It burns me! It burns my skin! No, it'll go down really soon and then I'll have to figure out what to do with this light. Anyway, nice to see you. Nice to see you. It's been too long. It's been 2 weeks since I last streamed. Hasn't it? Yeah, it has. I was burnt out last week. I had been doing a lot of work last week and I was just too tired. Oh. Brooklyn's on his way. Brooklyn's on his way to the lap. Already. Dan Olsen streamed and it was so good. Was it really? Brooklyn! Stop remaining just outside of frame. Look, they want to see you. They want... Look at his little face. So reluctant. All right, go back under the desk. Fine. Yeah. I mean, this is the chatting section of the stream where we talk about what we've been up to. Well, I talk about what I've been up to at you. Everyone is at the mo, I swear. I mean, exam season's handing in papers season 2, is it? And then we got the world descending into a, well, I'm not going to candy coat a fucking hellscape. Yeah, it's not the easiest doing exams when all of this shit's going on. It's not the easiest time to do exams. But hey, that's like academia anyway, and it's like woke, and you don't need that shit because they're just trying to indoctrinate you into the woke mindset with all of these exams. So, I mean, you're not going to need them anyway when you eventually have King Trump in charge of the entire world. You're not going to have to do exams anymore because you'll only need to remember one thing: believe everything that Donald Trump says. went and bought a few beers when I saw you were streaming. I am such a bad influence. No. No, it's a nice hangout, community chill out time. You do not have to drink. You do not have to drink. But you may if you like. Please do not feel left out if you would not like to drink. Non-drinkers welcome. Oh yeah, he wants to be Pope. Now, not only does he want to be king of the world, he also wants to be Pope. Don't forget that. Please watch Mooncat responsibly. Yes. Please don't drink just because of me. But in this political climate, I mean, what else are you gonna do to survive? Apart from drink through it. Hi. Do we need to start IDing chatters? Oh, I hated that. When I worked on a bar, they used to like make us ID literally everybody who came up to the bar because we were working at a student bar. Like literally every person who came up, we'd ask them for ID and they'd be like, "But yeah, I got ID'd on the way in here, you fucking twat. Why are you IDing me as well?" Obviously because my boss told me to. It's not like I'm not doing this for fun. You don't care much about the Pope in the UK, do you? Who says we don't care about the Pope? I don't know. People who aren't religious don't care about the Pope. I don't think. Who aren't like Catholic. Right? I don't give that much of a shit about the Pope, but that's because I'm not Catholic. Not because I'm British. I feel like that's a different thing. Isn't the drinking age 18 there? It is, yeah. We still had to ID people. You would still get underage people, like, come in here as students. I don't know how it works out. Do you turn 18 in your first year at uni, or is it your last year at school? I can't remember, but we did sometimes get people who were, like, under 18 and trying to get in with fake IDs and stuff. I don't know if they were students, though. Yeah, people always think I'm younger than I am when they ID me for alcohol. I'll never say how old I actually am. That's a secret. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. But people always think I'm younger than I am. I hated that when I was actually young though, because I wanted to get into the bars. When I wasn't 18, I wanted to look like I was 18 so bad, and I just looked so much younger. I hated it. But now I really like it. You don't look a day older than 45. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Big fan, thank you. Opinions on Hassan, Ethan. You know what? If I were an actual savvy streamer who knew what to do, what to stream in order to get the most views and make the most money, then I would have named this stream Ethan versus Hassan reaction. I would have named the stream. If I was an actual good streamer, that's what I would have named the stream, and then I would have watched how long was that debate? I would have watched the whole thing, but unfortunately, doing that would make me want to gouge my eyes out. So, unfortunately, I'm not gonna make as much money as I could because I do not want to gouge my eyes out. I don't think that's worth the money that I would make watching it. A live gouging. It was for 4 or 5 hours. Fucking hell. I just get, oh, why do we care about this? While it was going on, I saw the viewing numbers. I didn't tune in for more than like 5 seconds, but I saw the viewing numbers and I was like, fucking hell. This is what I should be like doing if I actually want to make more money. But unfortunately, I find it really hard to care. So I don't know. That's the way it is. No, I don't know. Like the amount of money. Like think about it. The amount of money they're both making out of this beef. Clearly, I watched Ethan versus Hassan. Oh wait, that's gone now. Hang on. Wait. I watched Ethan versus Hassan with Denims yesterday. Well, I'm glad I did. I'm also glad you won't be. Yeah, I'm sure you don't want. I'm sure you probably don't want to watch it again. Anyway. But like the amount of money that not only them two, but also iDubbbz now is making out of this is insane. And it's just like, was this ever really about activism for Palestine? Really? Was it ever really about caring about people in Palestine? I don't know. It's just like, it's not the best way of, like, even if you could in some way argue that it is good to have this conversation because it's important to talk about, like, how anti-Semitism is talked about online, or how, I don't know, like, it's like, I don't think it's even gaining anything in that respect either. It's just literally, bro, you said that. Bro, I didn't mean it like that. Clearly, it was just a joke. Oh, but bro, you said that. Oh, and then you have like these two people's massive audiences who are like clinging on to every word that their favorite person is saying. And are we actually getting anywhere with any of it in terms of learning things and how we should treat each other and respect each other when things like this happen? Are we actually learning anything here? Is progress actually happening? No. I don't think it is. And that's, I think, why I don't care. Like I was watching a Hank Green video recently. It was called like how we form opinions, I think, and he was talking about they're both idiots, and it's long since descended into tribalistic shit flinging. Yeah, I mean that's all it ever was. I was watching that Hank Green video about like how we form opinions. Because because of like the nature of like my research and my work, I think about like epistemology a lot. and psychology a lot, and how we form opinions. And that's why I was interested in that Hank Green video. And he was talking about like when vaccines were first invented, and some people were like, what they literally used to do was like take someone's like fucking scab or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. I'd better actually like go and find the video and play it. But it was interesting because it was like this is not a new thing. Even back then, like hundreds of years ago, people were more likely to believe a thing because of the person who was saying it, rather than the actual substance of the argument. Because what happens like psychologically is like basically our brains are wired to in every way make shortcuts. We are always looking for ways to make shortcuts in order to make decisions about things. And we're so social that like a person who is saying a thing like normally ranks so much higher than like the actual substance of the argument, like the facts behind it. Because like it's normally really, really fucking difficult to consider all of the facts behind both arguments, because there's so many facts there. There's too many facts for one person to realistically consider. So our brains, like, they're very tribal and they're very social, and they tend to like rank a person who is saying a thing far over actual like facts and logic. And that's why I think like a sort of internet beef like that is, in my opinion, not going to get anywhere. Nobody's going to actually learn anything from it, because they're just going to look at the person who's saying it that they've decided is their favorite person, and they're not going to consider anything else. And like knowing that kind of thing in a way that like obviously that makes me think like, oh shit, like that puts me under a lot of pressure, because I know that some people watch my videos, watch my streams because they like me, and that puts me under this kind of like pressure of, oh god, like I don't want people to believe things just because it's like me saying them. Like I do think that people should all like try and come to their own opinions on things, but at the same time it's like I don't think the work that I'm doing is like not good or anything. Like it's like you just have to make decisions over like, you do have to come to a decision basically of like, well, I think this person is trustworthy and I don't think this person is trustworthy. You do have to kind of come to that decision sometimes, and decide who is better to trust. Like it's the same when I'm doing my research. I have to like look at different sources, and I have to consider, well, who here is more likely to be trustworthy. Like that's kind of like what you literally have to do when you're considering information. But like I at least want to try and be a little bit like responsible with the things that I say. Like both in my videos and on stream. Like obviously on stream is like a different thing to videos. Obviously in videos I can double and triple check everything I say in a script. I can't do that on stream, obviously, but I at least want to try and be as responsible as possible, like with the things that I say. But like I know like a lot of streamers, a lot of very, very, very popular streamers don't do that, and they will talk as if they are very much the authority on the thing that they're saying, and they could never be wrong. And talking like that is, it does well. It brings in numbers, and those people, they get really like big viewer counts and big followings and stuff. Just like talking with conviction is very much like, it works. So you're like, as a streamer, you're like reinforced to like speak with conviction on a lot of things that you might not know for sure, and that's like that's what kind of worries me a little bit about streaming, is that you're kind of reinforced to have these big opinions on things that are going on that you might not have fully thought about. You might not have fully thought them through. Like if you're someone like Hassan, you're streaming every day and you're literally giving essentially your gut reaction to a news story that's just come out. And you don't know all of the facts. You could never know all of the facts. All you have is like your own bias. So if you're like watching someone like Hassan, I watch him sometimes. I think he's intelligent in ways. I think he's funny in ways. But you could like he very much does just jump to conclusions based on his biases, on like emerging news stories that have just come out. And that's the kind of thing that I'm very much like, I don't want to just jump in and be like, well, this is clearly what happens because preconceived bias. I don't feel comfortable doing that. So that's maybe why I'll never be like top #1 streamer. But like, because it like, I don't know, like, for example, if there's like something's just happened, it's easy. If you're someone like Hassan, it's like easy to just jump on stream and be like say like a policeman has like shot someone. It's so easy just to suddenly jump on stream and be like, oh, well, clearly the policeman is in the wrong because ACAB. Yeah, they normally probably are. But like if you don't know all the facts, you can't like make a very informed opinion. But you can jump on stream and start shouting about it, and you can be like, you can act like this very sort of cathartic opinion shouter for everybody who tunes into your stream, but it doesn't mean that you're necessarily right about what you're saying. Anyway, that was a tangent. Well, yeah, that was the biggest one when he said Russia wasn't going to invade Ukraine. Debate Ruby Frankie. What? Who's Ruby Frankie? But yeah, anyway, what else have I been up to this week? It's been very sunny. I've been enjoying the sun, but now it's basically shitting cold again. I thought that was who Ruby Frankie was, the woman who like abused her kids. What? Why are you telling me to debate her? Isn't she in prison? She's literally in prison. I was actually like obsessed with that story though. That's like in the Ruby Frankie story. Like I've watched some deep dives on that. It's just such an insane but interesting story. It was basically like she was like abusing her kids before she met the other woman. What was her name? The other evil woman. she was abusing her kids, like, physically behind, like, she was like filming, she was like family vlogging this like Mormon lifestyle, like, oh, we're perfect, but she was like hitting her kids while the cameras weren't on and abusing them. And then, yeah, Jodie Hildebrandt comes into their lives, and she's basically like running it's essentially like a Mormon pyramid scheme, which is not surprising. Like, Mormons fucking love pyramid schemes. They love a pyramid scheme. But she was basically running a pyramid scheme, which was also like it was like a sort of like advice company called Connections on like how you should raise your kids. But like, she came into Ruby Franke's life and she was like, hey, let's do this like little pyramid scheme company thing together. And it was essentially like a cult. Like, Connections was a cult. And Ruby Franke got like sucked into this cult. And instead of just physically abusing her kids, she essentially started like mentally, like psychologically torturing them as well, and telling them that they would like, you know, go to hell for doing things, and like making them sleep on the floor or like out in on the balcony in the cold or whatever. When Jodie Hildebrandt got involved with all of it, all of the abuse got so much worse, and some of the kids managed to escape, but two of the younger ones didn't manage to escape and move out, and they ended up moving in with Jodie and Ruby. By the way, side plot, Jodie and Ruby Franke apparently had like a lesbian sort of thing going on, even though they would publicly say that homosexuality was a sin. They apparently had this like sexual favor thing going on, according to their daughter, who got out and has now written a book about the whole thing. Ruby Franke's husband has his own weird little story, because like, he moved out and they kind of separated but kind of didn't, and he was hoping to like reconcile with Ruby. Had no idea that she had this like lesbian thing going on with Jodie. Was hoping that like they'd reconcile the entire time. Ruby Franke, under the influence of Jodie, basically managed to convince her husband to sign out, because the cars they had were under his name. She convinced him to like sign the cars over to her, so that the cars now belonged to Ruby Franke and Jodie Hildebrandt. And they were on their way. They nearly got to the point where they'd managed to convince him to sign over their house as well. They nearly got to that point, but they were arrested before the house sign over actually went through. It's wild. And so Jodie Hildebrandt as well, like this Connections thing, like, so everybody who she'd like brought into this Connections cult thing that she'd got going on, she'd like started convincing them that like supernatural things were happening to her. Like, Ruby Franke's husband said to the police, like, oh, like, Jodie was possessed at one point. Jodie Hildebrandt was possessed. Like, he was still fully under the impression that Jodie Hildebrandt was legitimately possessed by a demon. And he said, I heard, he literally said, I saw pans flying across the room. Somehow, Jodie Hildebrandt made him believe that a pan flew across the room on its own. Like, she probably just took it off the wall and chucked it. And then she turned around and was like, oh my God, did you see that, guys? And he was still fully under the belief that this pan had like flew across the room on its own. And he was like, oh yeah, and I also heard like banging coming from the basement and stuff. And like, she managed to convince like loads of people in Connections that she was like possessed by a demon. And then she like used this like possession story to get people to do like what she wanted them to do. The dad tried getting the daughter arrested for going into the home afterwards and retrieving some notebooks. There's actual body cams of the police telling him it wasn't a crime. Honestly, like if you see like a YouTube, like there's a few YouTube like deep dives into the whole Ruby Frankie Jodie Hildebrand thing. If you just want a random thing to like deep dive into for a while, I recommend that story. It's wild. But yeah, obviously it all culminated in this like horrible ending where the two kids that were living with Jodie and Ruby, they were like essentially doing slave work for them, like, and they were malnutritioned, and they had to do like hard labor out in like the burning sun in Utah. And one of them escaped and ran to a neighbor's house, and that's when the neighbor called the police. And the police found, when the police turned up, they found the other girl, the little girl, like locked in a room, and she was just sat there, like, not like, it was a closet, basically. It was like an empty closet, completely dark. She was locked in this closet, and you can see you can see the body cam footage. The body cam footage is on YouTube. The police like open the door, and she's just sat there in the middle of this tiny closet room in the pitch black, and she's so scared to talk to the police because obviously she's been told by Jodie and Ruby that if she like says anything bad about them, then she'll go to hell, or she'll do like, 10 hours hard labor in the burning sun or whatever. So for the longest time she just like refuses to even talk to this policeman who's like trying to get through to her. She's just like sat there, really thin, completely like malnutritioned. It's absolutely heartbreaking. It's horrible. How do they celebrate May the 4th? Oh, is it Star Wars Day? Oh, I didn't even realise. What beer have I got? Ballsy Blonde. Ooh, it's like me. Originated after a weekend amongst friends and named after our ballsy activity. Nice. Malnourished. That's the word I was looking for, not malnutrition. Thank you. Woo! Yeah, so no, before you tangented me again, I've been enjoying the sun this week. I've been trying to get tanned. I'm still not that I'm a little bit more tanned than I was, but maybe not as tanned as I'd like to be. But no, I've really been enjoying the sun. It's for the end of April. Like, Aprils are usually pretty shit, but this April has been glorious. And it was actually quite sunny yesterday as well. But it got up to like 25 degrees last week, which for Leeds, it's pretty fucking great. We were all outside in the garden, chilling next to the pool. We were loving it. Yep, love a bit of climate change. Honestly though, like, people shit on British weather, right? People shit on British weather, but I am going to be a little bit patriotic right now and say that I actually quite like British weather, because when the sun comes out, like, you appreciate it, you know? And I like appreciating sun. I don't want to see the sun every day, but when I do see it, I want to fucking appreciate it, you know? And that's why British weather is good. That's controversial opinion, guys. British weather is pretty fucking good. Because I think it's sunny like the right amount of time, but also you get a lot of rain, yes, but I quite like rain as well. Rain. I love rain. You know when it like rains really hard and it like thrashes against your window? It sounds beautiful. I love that sound. Also, when it rains in the summer and you can keep your windows open while it's raining, and you can keep your patio doors open while the rain's thrashing down. It smells gorgeous. I love the smell of rain and the sound of rain. Like, so maybe this is like the perfect country for me to live in, because I like to appreciate the sunny days, but also I'd like a big fat rainstorm, please, and a bit of thunder. Yeah. So I mean, fight me. British weather is actually fucking great. And in winter it gets cold enough to have snow. You get thrashing rainstorms, enough sun that you're excited for sun, and you don't constantly have it that you're like, oh, I'm fucking sweaty all the time. Ugh. You don't want that. You get enough sun to appreciate it. You get fucking thrashing rainstorms all the time. And in winter, you get snow. You get snow days. What else could you fucking want? I hate cold. Sun gives you cancer. Snow sucks. What other personal news have I got? What media have I been consuming? I watched a Netflix documentary about the Oklahoma bombing. That was interesting. And also, I've been listening to, on Audible, on evil Amazon platform Audible, because I have it right now, but I might cancel my subscription after I've listened to this. But there is a I didn't know they did like podcast series on Audible, but apparently they do. And there's one by Jon Ronson called The Debutante, and it's about a woman called Carol Howe, who was essentially she was like a white supremacist Nazi, and she served as an informant for the ATF within this neo-Nazi group. Are they neo-Nazis or just Nazis? I don't know. But she served as an informant, and she essentially had information that could have stopped the Oklahoma bombing. But the FBI were too stupid to get the information from her. But the whole podcast is it's by Jon Ronson. Jon Ronson narrates it and everything. It's really good. And it's about him sort of like looking into Carol Howe and sort of like questioning, because she started out as like a real Nazi. It was in the 90s. They had this thing called dial a racist, where like you used to, I guess it's one of those things where they try to reel people into Nazism and white supremacist stuff through like jokes. So they'd have a kind of like, they had this like tongue-in-cheek kind of like hotline where you could just literally dial a racist. So you'd dial this phone number and there'd be someone on the other end of the phone just like regurgitating like far right, white supremacist, like the most disgusting racist shit you could ever hear. And they had this like dial a racist line, and she used to just like dial it all the time, and she'd get indoctrinated on this phone line, and she eventually ended up marrying the guy who was like talking on the dial a racist phone line. And then she like was welcomed into this Nazi group, and eventually like he sexually assaulted her and she escaped, and she decided, okay, I don't want to be a Nazi anymore. Or did she? We don't know. But she got involved with the ATF, and they said, well, why don't you go back into this Nazi group and collect information for us so we can stop any terror attacks that they're thinking of doing. But the whole thing is basically about what, like, was she ever really like a reformed Nazi, or was she just like pretending to be a reformed Nazi? Did she ever really like recant her white supremacist views? Or yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting. But eventually she recently passed away because her house burned down, and she was in her house when it burned down. And so John Ronson has done another like sort of epilogue episode of it recently, where he goes to like see one of her neighbors after her house had burned down, and her neighbor like talks about her and how she'd like basically completely become a recluse, and she'd not seen her in 4.5 years because she'd never left her house. So yeah, she died a very sort of sad woman who just like didn't interact with society at all. Very interesting though. I recommend the podcast. John Ronson followed me on Twitter as well a little while ago. I was like, oh, he knows who I am. I'm being a bit of an actual real journalist at the minute. I do need to pee. I'm gonna have to eject Brooklyn. Oh, awful. Hang on. Right. I'll get the pee song loaded up. I'll get the pee song loaded up, and then I'll finish filling you in on my really gloriously interesting life as soon as I'm back, and then we'll get on with some shite. We're in the forest today. We're in the forest. All right. Sorry, Brooklyn.
I can't talk right now. I'm making hits. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making hits.
Oh, just in
I can't
time.
talk right now. I'm making hits.
All right. So, piss new. Oh, how did it get so dark outside while I was gone for like literally? Did the entire sun set while I was pissing? What? How did that happen? Oh. So anyway. You were pissing for like 4 hours. Shit. I pissed out the sun, clearly. It's total eclipse of the sun. Nice. Nice. What was I talking about? John Ronson. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of research this week. I'm trying to be more of a journalist myself, like a real journalist myself, guys. Because see, what I'm kind of like, I'm naturally a little bit of a hermit. I'm not very like, I'm not really one to feel confident in reaching out to other people and being like, can I interview you? I'm very much not oh, that reminds me actually. If you join as a member on the YouTube streaming channel or on Patreon, there is a new episode out with Tara Mooney. Ooh, oh wait, I need to get my sound effects out. New episode with Tara Mooney. If you join as a member on YouTube or if you join on Patreon. I had a nice chat with Tara. It was fun. We talked about Russell Brand, the Tuxedo Society. We talked about YouTube comments dealing with being a YouTuber. Any YouTube regrets. It looked like loads of things. We talked about loads of things. So yeah. But no, yeah, to go back to what I was saying. That's what reminded me of it actually, because like even though I'd consider people like Alice Capel and Tara and Tom Nicholas like my friends, I'm still nervous about like reaching out to people and being like, can you like do this like thing with me? Can you do this little interview with me? Like you don't have to, it's fine. It's like, oh. So yeah, so I'm trying to be a little bit more like confident and a bit like, yeah, let's do this thing, man, it'll be fun. So yeah, I'm trying to for this video I am like attempting to actually reach out to people and be like, do you want to like be interviewed for this? It would be cool if I could like actually have like an expert saying a thing rather than just me saying a thing. Then you can sound more authoritative than just me saying the thing. So yeah, I'm trying to be, you know, a real boy. I'm trying to be a real boy a little bit more. I'm fucking Louis Theroux. I'm John Ronson. I'm all of them, baby. Good for you. Thank you. Yeah. I think like my default sort of like, my default position is always like, that person's not going to say yes. That person's going to reject me. And then I'll feel bad. And then I'll feel rejected. And I'll want to crawl into a little hole again. Like, that's my default position. But then like people are like, but then people are nice. And then I'm like, oh shit. People are nice. Most of the time. They're not always nice. But if people aren't nice, then it's not your problem. It's their problem. Or maybe it's not even their problem. Maybe they're just like genuinely not in a place to do the thing. And that's fine. That's nothing to do with you. All right? Walk in with that dick swanging. That lady dick. Walk in with them tits. Swinging back and forth. Can I interview? If you say no, I will cry. Yeah, that's what I should email people. Yeah. Although I have been debates is another thing. I like don't know. I never know if I should agree to them. I did have someone contact me recently from a podcast saying that they wanted me to come on, and well, they didn't describe it as a debate. They described it as a conversation. I think they said like friendly conversation. But it was with someone who fundamentally disagrees with me on evolutionary psychology. And I'm familiar with this person's work. And I know exactly why this person is wrong, this person that they want me to speak to. I know exactly why they're wrong, but I've never really been in a sort of situation where I'm being recorded or with someone, you know, sort of like having a fundamentally opposite opinion as me, and being able, like, I've never been in a situation where I've been, you know, having to sort of like come up with my talking points on the spot. Because like, obviously I can do them within the, you know, context of writing a script. And like, I know the things that I know why he's wrong, but there's something about being asked to say that live and being recorded, which makes me think, am I going to be able to do that? Because like, in a way, I kind of want to try to see, but in a way, if it goes wrong, that could be really bad. So I don't know. I don't know whether to agree to the offer or not. Because like, I know why he's wrong. Exactly why he's wrong. So deeply in my soul, I know why he's wrong. But would I be able to articulate that in the moment? That's another question. Entirely. Also, I'm a little bit like out of practice, whereas he is like, oh, thank you for the cheer. Emma Thorne could be a good... Who's Emma Thorne? I don't know this person. I'll look them up. Emma Thorne. Oh, actually, I've seen her before. I must have seen her do something before because I do recognize her. Did she act in something? Cedar or Hassan? What, you want me to debate them? What are we going to debate about? Online debates are about who comes better. Well, the thing is, they didn't like sell it to me like that. They were like, this is just going to be a conversation. And also, like, he is not a debater either, which makes me feel a little better about it. But he's also like, all he does is like, that is his thing. Like, that's his PhD, is literally in evolutionary psychology, and it is his life's work. He's constantly in it, whereas I've been out of it for a little while. So I'm not as practiced. Obviously, I'd sort of like get a little bit more, like I'd re-practice myself a little bit more beforehand, but like he's constantly in it. He's constantly in it and also very outspoken. Whereas I've been out of it for a little while because I'm on a different project now. So I've been out of it for a little while. So yeah, I don't know. Sometimes you get set up and not time to express your views clearly and forced into brevity. Yeah, that's the thing I don't like about debates. It's, again, it's just, it can be a really bad way to get a point across, like a really bad way. Like, you get interrupted, you're not allowed to like finish a sentence half the time. And like a lot of it is like, some of it's like talent in how good you are at talking, some of it's knowledge, and a lot of it's just luck. It's like how many like zingers you got in there, like bang. So yeah, I don't know. You don't have to. I know, don't, but like in a way I'd be interested to like talk to him directly about a few things. Personally, I'd be interested. But yeah, I don't know. I'm sure you'll destroy him. Mooncat destroys evolutionary psychologist. And then at the end of the debate, they'll just play the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme. Oh, I fucking hate that shit. But yeah, well, What other media have I been consuming? I've been reading David Mitchell's book. If you don't know who David Mitchell is, it's Mark from Peep Show. / the person who does Would I Lie to You? Or panel shows here and there. But he's written a book about a history of England's kings and queens. Oh, thank you for the donation. Debating right wing is a waste of time because they believe in nothing and they know it. Love David Mitchell. So yeah, I've been reading his book. It's called Unruly. It's about the history of England's kings and queens. And I've always been like, he's basically a historian as well. He knows everything about England's history. And I'm very much not a historian. That's like an area of knowledge where I'd consider myself shit. I never engaged in history in school. If I went back to school now, I think I'd be very engaged in history. But when I was at school, I just didn't understand the relevance of knowing what people were doing hundreds of years ago. Now I understand the relevance. So David Mitchell wrote a book, kind of like what his character did in Peep Show, except that it was about like the Egyptian. I think Mark in Peep Show wrote a book about Egyptian pharaohs or something, like the history of Egyptian pharaohs. But now, like real life, David Mitchell has written a book about English kings and queens. So I thought, you know what? I actually am really interested, but I've always been really shit at history and knowing about kings and queens and like who the Tudors were and what they did and all of the other kings and queens everywhere and how we even started to have kings and queens back at the beginning when we were like I'm still at the beginning. We're still fighting the Vikings. We didn't even know where the Vikings came from. We don't even know where they came. Like we were just like, oh, like Norway somewhere. But like we don't really know actually. They just came on ships and we were like, shit, well these are the Vikings. These people on ships. They didn't have horns. We just like somewhere along the line we made up the horns on their helmets. They never actually had horns. Because why would they have horns? They'd be difficult to manufacture. And what the fuck would they be using horns for anyway? Why would they have them anyway? So, like, for some reason, somewhere along the line, we made up the horns. They never actually had horns. But they were in boats, and they did come and fight with us a lot. But yeah, no, I'm trying to learn about the history of my country through David Mitchell's book right now. So that's another thing I'm doing. You think they had drink? Oh yeah, didn't they used to drink out of the horns? I'm sure I've seen them in museums. £10. No, $10. Gotta stop watching while driving. Jesus. And you're also donating me $10 while driving. That is not safe. I hope you're not also drinking a beer, because that would be double unsafe. Yeah, but no, other than that, I've been researching. I'll show you the freaking So, Brooklyn. Scratching shit. He's fucking scratching shit everywhere. Like, I'll show you. Brooklyn. This is the really fun shit I've been doing. So I've been going through all of these documents on the Thirlwell inquiry. Like, these are... Hey! Oh, thank you for the £5. You are marvellous. Oh, thank you, Atrixo. I've been going through... So I've been trying to piece together what the hell happened at the start of this situation at the Countess of Chester Hospital. And thankfully, this is a public inquiry, which means that all of the evidence is on a public website. That also means that I'm going through, like, literally all of these fucking documents. There are so many. And not only is there all of these documents of evidence, there's also the transcripts as well. Like, well, there's also these fucking documents. And the transcripts as well. Like, this inquiry went on for months, but also there's all this evidence to go through. Like, so like half of them are like handwritten meeting notes, which are so fucking difficult to read. Like, if I show you like these and like I have to go through this and like try and work out like this one isn't too bad. This handwriting isn't too bad, but some of them are just so bad. And like just trying to like piece together this story of what happened. Like, a lot of them are emails. Of just like people talking about corporate shit, but I'm trying to sort of like, I am piecing together the story slowly. But it's difficult. But these are all like emails that they've had to like go through like the servers and hard drives for. And in some cases the evidence is just like missing. So it's just like some emails like you're just never going to see. So you're having to like piece together this story from all of these emails from like 2016, 2017, 2018. So long ago. To try and like figure out what happened. But I am piecing a story together of what actually happened here. And it's kind of like fascinating to piece it together. But it's very, very like, it's very different from anything that I've ever done before. And it is fascinating. But basically, like, I'm trying to figure out exactly why they started being suspicious of Lucy Letby in the first place. And how those suspicions, like, slowly rose over time. Am I too American to understand? Well, you probably heard about the story in America, but you probably didn't hear a lot about it. It's definitely more of a story here. But the way in which I want to write this is very much I'll very much write it in a way that like explains everything. So like you don't have to know about it before. Like I lay everything out. You don't have to like know anything about it before. But honestly, like it's fascinating. It's fascinating the way that this whole thing played out. And is still playing out to this day. It's fascinating. But basically they slowly got suspicious of this one nurse. Like they had a spike in deaths at a neonatal ward in the UK. Like so like basically within the space of a year they had like 5 times the amount of babies die that they should have had. And they were convinced that there must be something going on that was making these babies die in this neonatal ward. And they eventually sort of decided it's a nurse. It's one nurse murdering them all. And all of these emails basically are a sort of like, I don't know, they're all basically like, there's a group of them. There's a group of consultants who are all like, there's definitely this one nurse who's always around when these babies are dying. And then there's the board of executives at the top. And they're all like, you're being ridiculous. There is no evidence apart from the fact that she's around a little bit more. And then there's like the nursing staff who are all like, what are you on about? You just like, she's around more because she works more. But the consultants, like this group of consultants are convinced that it's her. and like, so I'm like trying to piece together like literally everything that happened from all of these emails. But yeah, it's like a lot of it's like hierarchy stuff. The consultants feel like they're above the nursing staff in a way, and they couldn't, like, they'd never think that it was one of the other doctors harming the babies. It's like it had to be one of the nursing staff. And there was this kind of like separation between the consultants and the nursing staff, and it got to the point where they basically like had this conspiracy theory about one of the nursing staff, and they just wouldn't let it go until the point that they decided to call the police about her. My sister is a doctor in training, and the story she tells about some of the consultants made my blood boil. Really? Like, I hear about this like being a cultural issue in a lot of the NHS, where sort of like you have the doctors and the medical staff who feel like they're sort of above the nursing staff, and that can cause like rifts in NHS wards. I have heard about that happening as well. There's a similar case in the Netherlands. Yeah, I've been reading about that one as well, and the nurse got exonerated in the end because it turned out that it was just like she just, well, basically like when you like present statistics to a jury, they can look very, very convincing. But if you don't explain how you made that chart to begin with and the context around all of the data that you gave, then you're just massively misleading a jury. And that's what happened in the Netherlands case. And that's essentially we've made the same mistake that the Netherlands made a while ago. And the Netherlands, they've learnt their lesson from this. But the UK, I think, are about to learn the same lesson that the Netherlands learnt with that case. We just haven't learnt it quite yet. But yeah, I've been looking through these documents, and honestly, like, some of it's like heartbreaking. Like, it's just like sort of like heart-wrenching. Like, her parents were on her side the entire time, and they wrote a letter. I wonder if it's here. Yeah, statement from... Oh, if I just click this one, it will go straight to it. Like, they wrote a letter. We fear for her health as she has lost weight every time we see her, and we can see she is suffering inside. We have yet to see if she will suffer any long-term psychological damage. Like, when there was these, like, suspicions of her, and she, like, slowly realized the consultants were suspicious of her being a mass murderer, she just closed in on herself, and she, you know, she stopped eating, and she went into depression, basically. Because obviously that's what a serial killer does. I don't know. Maybe a serial killer would do that. Maybe they would starve themselves out of depression when somebody got suspicious of them. I don't know. Maybe I'm sympathizing with a serial killer. Who knows? But it's like actually heartbreaking, like reading through all of this stuff and learning how badly it affected her. Let me find these other, because she wrote like a lot of notes that the police ended up using as evidence in her trial. Like, if you've seen anything from this trial, you would have seen this note where she wrote, "Hate, I am evil, I did this." They honed in on those two sentences. What they tended to ignore was everything else that she wrote on these notes. I can't breathe. I can't focus. Kill myself right now. Overwhelming fear. I haven't done anything wrong. I'll never have children or marry. I'll never know what it's like to have a family. Slander, discrimination, all getting too much. Everything. Hate myself. Taking over my life. I feel very alone and scared. What does the future hold? How can I get through it? What does that say? I'm not sure. I don't deserve to live. I killed them on purpose because I'm not good enough. They honed in on that sentence as well. I killed them on purpose because I'm not good enough. Killing me. I am horrible, evil, don't deserve mum and dad. The world is better off without me. I am evil, I did this. So, like, everything that made her look guilty, they honed in on this note in court. I've seen the court transcript over and over. They repeated the words, "I am evil, I did this." Ignored everything else that she wrote. Just honed in on those things. I am evil, I did this. And I killed them because I'm not good enough. I killed them on purpose because I'm not good enough. That is clearly how she's being made to feel by other people. I killed them because I'm on purpose because I'm not good enough. That's how she was being made to feel by other people. And also, if you ever go to therapy, they will say, journal all of your feelings. And it, like, if you've ever been in any kind of like abusive relationship, you will know that you will start believing yourself. Everything that abusive person has told you about yourself, that you're worthless, that you're a shit person, that you don't deserve anything. You start, like, if you're in an abusive relationship, you start believing those things about yourself. And when you go to therapy, they say, start journaling and start writing down everything that you feel. Obviously, like, if you're in that kind of situation, you're going to start writing down the ways that people have made you feel. And one of those things is going to be, you made me feel like I killed them because I'm not good enough. That was how she was being made to feel. But they found these post-it notes in her house, and then they took them to court, and they read them out over and over again as if they were a confession note that she'd written. So that's one thing. There's like there's loads of these as well. But one of them, like, that I didn't even see till recently. Like, is this the scrawlings of a serial killer? I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. Everything is manageable. Love hearts. Love. Everything is manageable. Everything is manageable. And remember in her parents' letter when they said that she'd been getting thinner every time they saw her? She'd written malnutrition, malnutrition, malnutrition. But I don't know, maybe I'm sympathizing with a serial killer of babies. I don't know. This is absolutely mental breakdown material, this is. And it was used in court against her. It's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking. This is a card that she wrote for the parents of a baby who'd passed away, that she eventually got charged and convicted of killing. And what they said in court was that it was weird. So this card doesn't say anything weird. Like, nurses normally do this. They, like, if they get involved with the family while they're in hospital, if the baby passes away, it's very normal for the nurse, because they got involved with the family, it's very normal for the nurse to write a sympathy card if the baby passes away. It's also normal for them to go to the funeral, to the memorial for the baby, and for them to dress the baby, to bathe the baby after they've passed away, take footprints and stuff. All very normal. And this is just one of the very normal cards that the nurses would have written to the parents of a baby that had passed away. She wrote, "There are no words to make this any easier. It was a real privilege to care for and get to know you as a family who always put baby first and did everything possible for her. She will always be a part of your lives and we will never forget her. Thinking of you today and always. Sorry I can't be there to say goodbye." She wrote that card for the family, heartfelt card, took a picture of it on her phone. 2 years later, the police went through her phone, found this picture that she'd taken of the card, and decided it was evidence in some way. They brought it up in court and said that it was weird that she'd written this card, taken a picture of it, and then left it on her phone for 2.5 years after it had happened. Like, how many pictures do you have on your phone which you think are years old? Like, if you've had a phone for years and it has a lot of storage on it, you don't delete shit unless you have to. Or like, I don't even know if it was like on some cloud storage or shit. I don't know. But like, they were like, "Oh my God, we've got her here, guys. We've got her. There's this picture she took 2 years ago of a card she wrote for some parents. We got her, guys. Lock her up." Oh God. It's the most normal shit that they found in her house. And honestly, like, the police... So I've talked about the Daily Mail journalists who have been following this case since it started. They managed to get an interview with the policeman, with the chief constable, who basically directed the raid of her house. Like, literally, the Daily Mail journalists were like, I bet, like, when you were going through her house, you just couldn't believe how much stuff you found. It was like a treasure trove of evidence, wasn't it? And the policeman was like, yeah, I can't believe, like, the amount of evidence we found. And it's all stuff like this. It's like the most normal, mundane shit you could ever imagine. Like, it's not evidence. None of it is evidence. He's like, I can't believe how much stuff we found in her house. I can't believe all the stuff we found. What did you find, bro? What did you find? You found nothing. Like, this is her diary that they used as evidence as well. And this is, right, this day here is the day that some twins who were involved in the case died. She put LD. LD is short for long day. So apparently, like, if you have a long day, you're advised, as a nurse who works on a neonatal ward where shit happens a lot, you're advised to journal because it's emotionally taxing. It's an emotionally taxing job being a neonatal nurse. So you're advised to, like, journal and write down things that happen. If you had a long day, then you're advised to write long day. So it's like LD, long day. And there she's written twins. That's all she wrote on the day that they passed away. I believe this was. She just wrote twins, long day, twins. That's all she wrote. And then in a different color, she'd write other things that were going on in her life, such as going to salsa class, need to order a prescription. But, like, literally the journalists who are describing her diary are like, on the same day that she murdered some twins, she also wrote about going to salsa. Who could ever do that? Right after they'd murdered some twins, how could they just nonchalantly write in their diary about going to a salsa class? I just, like, what do you expect someone who works as a neonatal nurse to do? Do you just expect someone who works in the NHS, who sees people dying constantly, to go home and cry all evening? Like, that's all they're allowed to do. That all they're allowed to do is cry all evening after they've come home from work. Are they not allowed to also live a normal life? Is that not allowed to just go to try and live a normal life when you work an emotionally taxing job? Clearly not. Clearly not. Ugh. What other one? Oh yeah, so that was one of the triplets that died. Another one of the triplets that died. And then another collapsed the day after. And they were like, and then you went to salsa? And then you went to a salsa class in the evening? And then you went to Las Iguanas? How dare you? How dare you? Like, if you're working as a neonatal nurse in a job that is that awful every single day, like, please try and live your life outside of work hours as much as you possibly can. Please do. Otherwise, you would literally just sink into a state of constant depression, I think, if you didn't intersperse that kind of shit with salsa lessons. I think you would just, like, literally want to kill yourself if you didn't do that. But no, apparently you're not allowed to do that when you're a suspected serial killer. God forbid a woman have a hobby. No coping skills allowed. Constant sadness, please. All right, let's actually get... Oh my God, I can't believe it's already been 2 hours. How did 2 hours literally go by? How did that happen? It's because I haven't streamed for 2 weeks. And I just got yapping, guys. All right, I'm going to go through a few things that have been put on the Discord. Yeah, it's because I missed you. It's because I missed you.
Which means, come here.
I should try this with Brooklyn. He literally did not respond. He's like, put me back on your lap, bitch. I'm trying to sleep.
What the? Oh my God.
I mean, to be fair, if Brooklyn was like ever anywhere else in the room and he was A, awake, and B, I looked at him in the eyes and made any noise, he would come to me. Like, I don't think it would take me going, if I literally just go, Brooklyn, or maybe even say any word, I think he would come. So I don't think if I experimented this with Brooklyn, I don't think it would be a fair assessment, but what was that?
Which means, come here.
So this is the kind of like human animal interface language content that I support. We need more content where we are encouraged to speak animal language rather than cats and dogs being encouraged to use our language through fucking buttons. This is what we should actually be doing. Oh, thank you for the donation. I work for the elderly. As you can imagine, they have a tendency to pass away frequently. It saddens me, but I have a life of my own to live. Lock me up too, I guess. Exactly. Yeah. Honestly, like, they could use any journal of any healthcare worker of them going through shit and then going, but afterwards I went to salsa class, and they'd be like, clearly the words of a serial killer. Anyway. All right, what else? What else have we got on the list? The level of cracked when you can't conceive of trans women cooking. These trans women, do they ever do things like women actually do? Run a home, cook, put the washer on, get kids to school, visit relatives in care homes. Because men never do any of this shit. Budget the bills. Wait, I thought women were meant to be bad with money. What? I'm so confused. Clean the house, chauffeur kids about. Wait, women are driving now? What? You know the reality of being a woman? Oh man. Fucking love it when like TERFs are just like so cooked they just start making zero sense. All right, we've got some Katy Perry. We've got some clips from her tour. I need to pee again. Oh, I'm gonna have to eject Brooklyn once more. I'm sorry, I'll be right back. Just a second.
I can't talk right now. I'm making hits. 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 I can't talk right now. I like to move it. I can't talk right now. You got me burning up. I can't talk right now. I'm making hits.
All right, let's carry on. Katy Perry. Brooklyn, do you want to go out? What do you want? I understand that this is like kind of old news at this point. I haven't streamed for 2 weeks, okay? I haven't streamed for 2 weeks. Honestly, she just looks a bit tired, doesn't she? I think this was like immediately after she'd just come back from her taxing ordeal in space. And she was probably tired from the journey. No, I think she was probably tired from all the backlash that she got. I think she was probably losing a little bit of sleep from it. And I think that it probably got to her a little bit, and that's why she seems a little bit nonchalant here, probably. I don't think these dance moves are like that unusual for Katy Perry. Like, she's always been a little bit like, oh, I'm a bit quirky. Like the actual choreography is like not too unusual for Katy Perry. But I think she looks a little bit tired while she's doing it. Which is why it kind of looks more weird than it normally would do. Yeah, I mean, she just looks fucking exhausted. I don't know. I think that's all it is. She looks fucking exhausted. I saw this one as well. Like, It looks bad. It does. It looks really half-assed. Like she can't fully extend her arms. She's just like I saw that she wrote something or said something after she'd been to space, which was still extremely out of touch. Did she say something about like there are a lot of hurting people on the internet? Katy Perry felt battered and bruised by backlash. Singer Katy Perry has admitted feeling battered and bruised by the backlash following her recent space trip, but reassured fans she is okay and would keep looking into the light. Wait, hang on. Are you supposed to not look into the light? Because like that means you're dying? Writing 2 weeks after the much derided Blue Origin voyage, which saw her take an 11-minute flight with 5 other women, the US star said the online world had tried to make her a human piñata. Her comments came after fans paid for a billboard in New York to show their support for her ahead of her world tour. Responding to a fan account that posted a video of the billboard, Perry said she was so grateful for her fans, adding that they were in this beautiful and wild journey together. What? Perry has been one of pop's most successful singers over the past 2 decades, but the narrative around her has become more negative in the past year. A poorly received album was accompanied by a lead single, Woman's World, which had a music video which many viewed as regressive. She was then criticised for her part in Jeff Bezos' all-female Blue Origin spaceflight, during which she sang Louis Armstrong's What a Wonderful World to her fellow passengers and held up the set list for her new tour in an in-flight camera. Some commentators said it was tone deaf for celebrities to be taking part in such a fleeting and expensive trip at a time of economic struggle. I mean, when are we not in economic struggle these days, really? However, singer Lily Allen apologised this week for being mean about Perry. Oh, did she? Saying that although she disagreed with the flight, there was no need to join the pile-on against the singer. Some fans showed their support for Perry by clubbing together to pay for a digital billboard message in New York Times Square for 24 hours. Oh, God. Why? A Brazilian fan account on Instagram explained fans had done it to remind her that she is never alone. Our love for her is boundless, unwavering, and eternal. We're so proud of you on your magical journey, and we love you to the moon and back. Know that you are safe, seen, and celebrated. We'll see you around the world. This is just the beginning. Perry left a comment expressing her gratitude, telling fans, I love you guys. We have grown up together with you, and I am so excited to see you all over the world this year. Please know I am okay, and I've done a lot of work around knowing who I am, what is real, and what is important to me. She said she's not perfect, but rather a human on a human journey, playing the game of life with an audience of many. And sometimes I fall and I kiss the ground and I tell it is beautiful. But I get back up and go on and continue to play the game. And somehow through my battered and bruised adventure, I keep looking to the light. And in that light, a new level unlocks. She added, When the online world tries to make me a human pinata, I take it with grace and send them love because I know so many people are hurting in so many ways. And the internet is very much so a dumping ground for the unhinged and unhealed. I mean, that's true. That is true. But it's not really true in the context of that's why people were criticizing your journey to space. I think you've missed the point there a little bit. Just a little bit. The singer, whose hits include Raw, Firework, and I Kissed a Girl, had just started a world tour which will run until September and visit the US, blah, 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 blah. Perry said she was looking forward to seeing your faces every night, singing in unison, reading your notes, feeling your warmth. I mean, she's just so incredibly out of touch. I don't think she's very online though, is she? I don't think she's like a very sort of chronically interacting with social media kind of person. And in a way, I mean, that's probably good. But in other ways, it means that you're just, as a very rich person, you're losing a lot of context around the way that people feel about things. If you're very rich and also not chronically online, yeah. Because, there's also people like Chappelle Roan and, Billie Eilish. I know Billie Eilish tries to not be online, but she's at least had that experience of being online. And Sabrina Carpenter even a little bit. All of these newer female pop stars, they kind of have this sort of authenticity surrounding them, in which I feel like Katy Perry's very much missed that boat in terms of being an authentic pop star. I think she started out as a pop star. She writes some good songs, don't get me wrong. She's written some fucking hits, some catchy hits, but I don't think she's ever really got very good at being a very authentic, relatable person. I think she's only ever been good at being a cartoon character pop star, really. I don't think she's ever really been very good at being a real person. And I think, especially recently, pop stars who have got big have had this real authenticity around them. They're a real person that you feel like you could talk to. And Katy Perry has never really had that. And she's also never really been a very online person. So she's just kind of missed everything, and she doesn't know how to just do any of it. Has other people written hits for her? Yeah, I mean, a lot of them were written for her, I think. I Kissed a Girl, I believe, was written by somebody else. I can't remember their name, but they just died in a house fire. I know that much because that popped up on my feed. Yeah. She's never really been the kind of authentic person. And then when she came out with Woman's World, it was it was like she was also confused about how that should be put across as well. It's like she came out with Woman's World, and then she realized that people weren't vibing with Woman's World because the world had moved past like white Western girl boss feminism, and she didn't realize it. So then she kind of started saying, "Oh well, it was actually like ironic, kind of," but then people didn't buy it, and she clearly still doesn't get it. She just doesn't understand. Bless her. And I don't think she ever will. I think she's always just going to be an out of touch cringe person. But maybe she should just embrace that. Embrace being dim. Yeah. Her origin was Christian music. Yeah. All right. What else do we have on the roster? What's this? What is are you sending me dog content? I was going to say dog content is not allowed on this stream, but I'll allow this. Fucking arms.
So looking at it, bro, we gotta go ahead and get in at least 10,000.
What's this? Asparagus. Why the coat and also the tuxedo? The tuxedo and the outside coat. What's going on? Is that what real hustle bros wear? Look at that hairy chest too. Yeah, baby. That's the kind of hairy chest you need as a hustle bro. Any chest less hairy than that, then you're not a hustle bro. You're not. I need to do one with Brooklyn. I should actually. That would be amazing. I should actually do that. All right. What else have we got? Lady Gaga in Brazil, I believe. Lady Gaga's show in Rio is the largest concert of all time by a female artist and the largest concert of the 21st century, with the City Hall attendance to be over 2.1 million people. What? 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 2.1 million people are actually there? No, they're not. No, they're not. What? That is a lot of people. Where's the stage? Is it there? Like, how are you even going to see anything when you're like at the back of this concert? Oh, is the stage there? Sorry. How are you ever going to see anything back here? Like the speakers, but like, what are you going to see? Are there screens? Like, what is even the point? What is even the point? If you're going to be right at the back here. Is there a video as well? We had lots of fun at your free concert. What else has been going on in the world? Shall we actually start getting into some political shit? Why not? Germany.
Now to politics in Germany, where the far
We're
right...
gonna start off with some non-UK and non-US news. We're gonna go around the world a little bit, because like I don't know if you realise, but countries other than the UK and America exist. I don't know if you realise.
Right political party, the AfD, Alternative for Deutschland, has been classified as an extremist organisation by the country's domestic intelligence agency. The AfD made major gains in recent parliamentary elections, standing on a platform of opposing immigration. According to the agency, the AfD wants to exclude people from the democratic process based on their ancestry or ethnicity, and this, it said, is incompatible with the German constitution. The AfD has described the news as a heavy blow to democracy.
They want to exclude people from being able to vote based on their ancestry. Like, are they literally gonna, on the way into the voting booth, are they gonna literally swab people's cheeks and then wait, like, for the response from, I don't know, you can't do 23andMe anymore. They've gone under whatever other one they've done. Wait for the response from the lab to come in and decide that you're German enough to vote. Like, how do these people how do they even justify anything that they're saying ever?
Described the news as a heavy blow to democracy. Well, let's speak now to Clara Pfeffer, political correspondent for German outlets RTL and NTV. Clara, thank you very much for joining us today to tell us more about this, and take us through what the intelligence agencies are saying, their reasoning for this decision.
Yes, thank you very much, and hello from Berlin.
Yeah, this is the party that Elon Musk said was going to save Germany, I think.
They're basically confirming a suspicion that they've been investigating for years now. So the AfD has been a case of suspicion of being extremist for years. And now they've compiled a paper of 1,100 pages that is saying we have it confirmed. We know that the AfD is not against basically the democratic principles of our German constitution, specifically because it is trying to exclude entire groups, especially people with a migrational background and people who are of Muslim religion. So they have found proof, and that's not everything. They've also found more and more proof and put it together into that paper, saying that the AfD is repeatedly using Nazi slogans that are usually not allowed in Germany. They have been saying that we should change our way of remembering the Holocaust. So they've just put everything together that we've been seeing, and also many people have known for years. And you must also know that the AfD is already classified as extremist in 3 different states in Germany, former Eastern German states. So this is now basically confirming that that is the case not only for these 3 states, but for the entire German country.
Interesting comments from Chancellor Olaf Scholz. He's not Chancellor for very much longer, of course, but he's saying the Domestic Intelligence Agency provides very detailed justification, but ban proceedings must not be rushed. What sort of discussion is there about a potential ban?
Yeah, that's a highly political discussion that has been going on for years, and especially in the last couple of months, it has also been discussed a lot. The last government, or the last Bundestag that was just re-elected, said that they tried to do it. They tried to get a majority. They failed. There were not enough members of parliament who were in favor of starting a ban. That's also a very long process. And the discussion is basically, how do we get that party smaller? That's what the other political parties want to reach, and they are worried that if you try it with an actual ban and that whole process, that will take years, and throughout those years the AfD will have the opportunity to claim that that's being a cause, that they are actually the victims, that it's not transparent, that they're being surveyed by the state. So that will also be an opportunity for the AfD to maybe grow even further and mobilize.
Yeah, and the AfD, they are talking about legal action in response to this classification, aren't they?
Exactly. They are saying that they want to take legal actions. They've also tried that against that case of suspicion that has been going on for years. Last year, a court in Münster confirmed that they are a case of suspicion. There is still some more legal action going on, and they will also now try to have legal actions against that classification, that confirmation of this classification, because I think that's important to understand that we've already been seeing that for years, and now it's basically a confirmation of what the Bundesamt für Verfassungsschutz, which is the institution that tries to make sure that our constitution is protected in Germany, has been seeing and surveying for years. So they will take legal actions. I don't know how much possibility of success there is, but obviously that delays things, and the discussion will be out there for months and months to go.
Okay, Clara, thank you very much. Clara Pfeffer there.
Well, in Canada and Australia, I believe, there's been elections that have basically gone against. I haven't planned anything for this stream, so we're just gonna see what we can find about the Canada election.
Canada, get
But basically, the guy who was mostly like, "We hate Trump," got in, right? I believe.
ready. Our CBC News decision desk is ready
Which is not surprising at this point.
to make a call.
Yeah, and I was going to talk about Australia as well. It seems like elections that are happening in other areas of the world are kind of like going anti-Trump at the minute, which is not surprising looking at Trump's approval rating.
Canada's next government will be a Liberal government.
Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? America wants our land.
He does seem kind of a little bit Rizless, though. I'm sorry.
Our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these
He's a banker, though, right? I mean, he is a banker.
are not. These
A
are
banker.
not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen.
Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account, but first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process.
I want to take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of
Why is there always a woman standing behind? Is it like the person's wife?
Donald Trump.
Together, we will build a Canada worthy of our values. We will build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever.
Thanks, Maple. Maple Takes is here to provide the Canadian context.
Vive le Canada! Thank you.
We don't do that in the UK. We don't normally have the person's wife just like hanging around in the background normally. Well, sometimes, but not all the time.
Very much. Merci beaucoup.
All right. We have the Australian elections as well. Shall we see who should we watch about the Australian elections? TLDR. Okay, let's go TLDR, shall we?
This video was brought to you by Brilliant. On Saturday, Australia went to the polls to elect their new government. And only a couple of months ago, it looked like Peter Dutton's coalition were on track to oust Anthony Albanese's incumbent Labour government. But after a sudden swing in the polls, Labour actually ended up winning a larger majority than they did in 2022, paving the way for another 3 years of Albanese's cautious progressivism. So in this video, we're going to take a look at Australia's electoral system, what happened on Saturday, and what this means for Australia going forwards. We're getting ever closer to 1 million subscribers, and 68% of you aren't even subscribed yet. So lend us a hand,
including
and
me.
Subscribe today. So before we get into
this is my second channel. I don't subscribe to anything on this channel. Shut up.
Results, let's start by explaining Australia's electoral system, because it's pretty quirky. Australia has a bicameral parliament with 2 chambers, the Senate and the House of Representatives. The House of Representatives is really the House of Government, and it's where most bills originate. The Senate is more of a house of review that's supposed to review and approve legislation from the House of Representatives. Anyway, the Senate has 76 members, with 12 senators from each state, and 2 more from each of the internal territories, who are elected using the single transferable vote, or STV, election system, with the states and territories functioning as multi-member constituencies.
I don't get why YouTubers are always quoting that X% of you viewers aren't subscribed stat. I don't know. Maybe it makes people feel bad. I don't know. But I don't think in a single video I've ever asked people to, maybe I've said subscribe very much in passing, but I don't think I've ever done anything like that. I don't know. That kind of shit never makes me want to subscribe to a YouTube channel. I don't know about you. I'm very much like, nah, fuck you.
This means that to get elected, candidates need a set number of votes, known as the quota, and voters can rank multiple candidates in order of preference. First preference votes are then counted up, and any candidate who reaches the quota is elected. Their second preference votes are then redistributed, and then either another candidate reaches the quota and their next preference votes are redistributed, or if no candidate reaches the quota, the least popular candidate is removed and their second preference votes are redistributed. And this process then repeats until the required number of candidates have reached the quota. However, only 40 senators are elected at each election, 6 from each state and all 4 from the territories. The House of Representatives, on the other hand, has 100...
Also, I was watching a Hank Green video today about time zones, and I think, is it around here? They have one time zone, which is 8 hours and 45 minutes UTC plus 8 hours and 45 minutes in a tiny bit of Australia. And I don't even really fully understand still why. He said it was something to do with trains.
8 and all 4 from the territories. The House of Representatives, on the other hand, has 151 members who are elected via single-member constituencies, with each constituency drawn so as to represent an equal number of voters. These MPs are elected using the alternative vote electoral system. This is a bit like first past the post, but if no candidate gets 50% of the votes, then the least popular candidate is eliminated and their second preference votes are redistributed. This process is repeated until one candidate gets above 50% of the vote. Now, AV systems protect against the vote splitting that you risk in a first past the post system.
Oh, there's a map, men, about time zones. I don't think I've even ever watched that one. Okay, let's go for that. Let's watch it.
But in practice, the results are actually pretty similar. And historically, about 90% of seats have been won by the candidate who also won the most first preference votes. This difference in the electoral system means that the 2 chambers have very different compositions.
Hang on.
The House of Representatives is usually dominated by MPs from the big parties, but because of the multi-member constituencies, the Senate has more independence and minor party representation. This divergence is exacerbated by the fact that voting is compulsory in Australia. If you don't vote without a good reason, you have to pay a $20 fine.
Why? You can't just skip past the guy and the budgie smuggler there. What's going on there?
In Australia.
He was in a brat budgie smuggler, and you just flew right by.
You don't vote without a good reason.
What's going on there?
Then you have to pay a $20 fine, which can help funky.
It's just Australia. That's just what happens in Australia, apparently.
Candidates pick up votes from people who would have otherwise just stayed home. And as such, it's very rare for any party to have a majority in both the House and the Senate. Anyway, for most of modern history, Australia's federal politics has been dominated by two big parties. On the left, you've got Labour, and on the right, you've got the Liberal National Coalition, generally just known as the Coalition. Elections are held every 3 years, and at the last one, back in 2022, the Coalition, who have been in power since 2013, lost their majority to Labour, winning just 58 seats to Labour's 77. This was the first Labour majority since 2007, and the worst result for the Coalition since 1946. The other big story in the election was the success of the Greens, who won 4 seats, and the so-called Teal Independents, a term used to describe a set of socially liberal localist candidates who won 7 seats, all in urban areas formerly dominated by the Coalition. This was in part because Australians were tiring of the two main parties, whose collective primary vote share has fallen from about 85% in the 2000s to less than 70% today. This erosion of the traditional two-party system has also occurred in other countries with similar political systems, like the UK, where the two main parties are collectively polling at about 40%, or Canada, where the two main parties increasingly struggle to achieve outright majorities. Anyway, until quite recently, it looked like the Coalition, led by former police officer Peter Dutton, were on track to oust Labour. Unfortunately for Dutton, in the past few weeks the polls have turned against him, and on Saturday Labour actually ended up winning by more than they won in 2022. At the time of writing, with about 70% of the votes counted, Labour are projected to win 35% of primary votes and 85 seats in the House of Representatives, while the Coalition are on track to win just 31.5% of primary votes and 36 seats. This is obviously a pretty good result for Albanese and Labour, but really they only won this many seats because the Coalition did terribly, and Labour's primary vote share only increased slightly on 2022. In fact, it's almost exactly the same percentage as Labour leader Bill Shorten got in 2016, which he actually lost to Malcolm Turnbull's Coalition. The point we're trying to make here is that this was an absolutely terrible result for the Coalition, who saw their primary vote share fall by 4 points and suffered the worst result for any major party since 1949. So what went wrong for the Coalition? Well, as we see it, there are 3 main reasons. First, polls suggest that Australian voters liked Dutton less the more they saw of him, and Albanese had a big lead when it came to who Australians would prefer as their Prime Minister. Second, while Dutton's focus on economic issues, especially inflation, the cost of living, and the housing crisis, originally paid electoral dividends, a series of exaggerations and U-turns have undermined the Coalition's claim to economic competence. For instance, Dutton claimed on multiple occasions that grocery prices had risen by 30% and electricity bills had risen by $1,300 under Labour. But neither of these claims are even remotely true, and inflation has actually markedly fallen in recent months. Similarly, Dutton criticised a recent tax cut introduced by Albanese as fiscally irresponsible, but simultaneously claimed that taxes would ultimately be lower under his government. Thirdly, Dutton has been tarnished by his association with Trump. Now, Dutton originally pitched himself as Australia's Trump whisperer, and was even nicknamed the Timu Trump by the Australian left for his conspicuously Trumpian policies, including implausibly large cuts to the civil service and a referendum on
Imagine being called the Timu Trump. How many goddamn budgie smugglers am I gonna see in one video about Australia? How many?
the deportation of criminals with dual citizenship. However, this has actually hurt Dutton electorally because, well, Trump is pretty unpopular in Australia at the moment, for obvious reasons. Nonetheless, Albanese still has a lot to do. While his poll numbers improved during the campaign, this election was probably more about the coalition's failures than Labour's successes. And he'll need to make more progress on fixing the economy, and especially Australia's disastrous housing crisis, if he wants to win again. At TLDR News, we're always trying to help you learn more about the world around you. And luckily for us, our sponsor this week, Brilliant, shares that same commitment.
Brilliant!
There are thousands of interactive lessons in maths, science, programming, data analysis, and...
Well, Shall we move on to the UK? Because unfortunately, in the UK, we've not had the same trend, and we've got, with the local elections, we've lurched to the right a little bit. BBC theme. What shall we sample? What have we been talking about? Oh yeah, we were gonna watch Map Men. Okay. Budgie sounds because of the budgie smugglers. Let's see if there's something in here to sample, shall we? The world's silliest time zones.
Hey Mark, what time is it?
Hang on. Let me just... Okay, let me just decode the... It's the afternoon.
Welcome to Map Men.
We're the men.
And here's the map.
Back in the olden days, people would tell time by the sun.
What time is it?
I don't know, I've gone blind.
But then, in the 18-somethings, when they invented trains, suddenly it mattered what the exact time was.
One man famously travelled...
Maybe that's why there's a weird little time zone in Australia that's 45 minutes plus. Because, like, in the really, really, really olden days, when they first... That wasn't that long ago, was it? When they invented trains. It wasn't that long ago.
Travelled from London to Bristol by train, and then the time was 10 minutes different, and then he missed his train home, or something like that. And so standard time was invented.
For a short while, some towns were using both local time and railway time, but this confusing, cluttery clock-up just made even more people miss their trains.
This is the East London suburb of Greenwich, where you don't pronounce the W or one of the E's.
And right here is the place where British Standard Time was standardised. Since 11 o'clock...
Greenwich. Greenwich.
In the morning on the 2nd of August, 1880, it's been exactly the same time all across the British Isles. Greenwich Mean Time. Greenwich Mean Time
Greenwich
started a trend and soon became a standard the world over for your local country to be a certain number of hours either behind or ahead of.
Here is a map showing all the time zones around the world. Each bar is measured as the number of hours before or after Greenwich Mean Time, or UTC.
How beautifully confusing is this? Like, when there's a diagonal line, I think it means that there's like more than one going on. Is that what it means?
But as you can see, the lines are not straight.
They bend slightly around country borders, as you might expect them to, but what we're interested in is how they bend massively around weird things, as you may well not expect them to.
So, here's our Mapmen guide to the world's best time zone anomalies.
China.
China is one massive time zone. They've done this for unity and simplicity, but it has a few consequences. If you cross the border from Afghanistan to China, time jumps ahead by 3.5 hours.
Tea time, dinner time, tea time, dinner time. Secondly, and much more importantly, in Tibet in winter, the sun doesn't rise until 10 a.m.
Because of this, some people in Xinjiang have adopted their own local unofficial time zone.
But the Han community who also live there refuse to recognise it. All efforts to correct this have...
Because they had beers.
Time zone. But the Han community...
Yeah, they refused to recognise it because they were all pissed.
Who also live there refused to recognise it. All efforts to correct this have inevitably failed.
Fuck
Unity
time
and
zones.
simplicity, my front bottom.
America.
In Arizona, there are some areas that do observe daylight savings and some that don't. This means that for half the year, driving through the state means you have to keep a close eye on your watch.
She's gonna be okay. She's gonna be okay. Oh, it was too late. I couldn't save her in time. Everybody's gonna hate me because I... Oh, thank God. I'm gonna make it. I'll be a hero. She'll survive. Changing the hour is one thing, but the most curious curiosities happen at the controversial and ever-changing international date line.
The line where Tuesday changes into Wednesday.
The Diomedes.
What?
The Diomede Islands live here in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. This one to the west belongs to Russia and is the furthest east you can go in the world. And this one to the east belongs to America and is the furthest west you can go in the world.
The international dateline splits these two islands down the middle, which means that even though they're only 2.5 miles apart, there's a whole day between them.
During the Cold War, a woman called Lynn Cox swam from one to the other.
Oh man, I was gonna say, is that another budgie smuggler on the stream? It's not quite a budgie smuggler, is it? It's got slightly longer leg holes.
Across the
Shall we count it as a third budgie smuggler?
so-called Ice Curtain, drawing congratulations on her brave statement of peace, even though all she really wanted was for it not to be Monday.
Kiribati.
Kiribati.
Really?
Yep.
Yes, that's how you pronounce it. Kiribati, right?
Really wanted was for it not to be Monday.
Kiribati.
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 Really?
Yep.
For many decades,
Because of like old letters and shit.
Kiribati was on the right-hand side of the dateline, and they were the last people on the planet to do anything. But this caused a problem.
Every Friday morning, when the Kiribatians were eager to do business with their biggest trading partners, Australia, the Aussies were sleeping off their Saturday morning hangovers.
Not now, Messina. So, on New Year's Day 1995, they jumped across to the left-hand side of the dateline, skipping a day ahead to join their business partners in Hangover Land.
Why are you still calling me?
This meant that Saturday the 31st of December 1994 never happened.
As a consequence of Kiribati changing from one side to the other, the international dateline now looked like an Easter Island head.
And their time-travelling tactic triggered a trend.
Boff.
In 2011, they were joined on the new side of the dateline by the nation of Samoa.
Samoa.
Really?
No, I don't know.
That's what we love about the lines on this map.
We've got another beer to be poured. The Garden Brewery New England Pale Ale, made in Croatia. What time zone is Croatia in? I actually don't know. Probably one of the European ones, right? Punchy pale, packed with Simcoe, Citra, and Sabro hops. Notes of grapefruit and melon. UTC. It's beer from UTC +2.
They don't show distance from Greenwich, semicolon. They show a rich tapestry of culture and allegiances.
The surprisingly sinuous zigs and zags of the world's time zones demonstrate that it is not time that controls us humans, but rather us humans who control time.
Well.
Us humans who control time.
Well.
Us humans who control time.
What?
Well.
Us humans who control time.
Paste.
Well. Us
Paste.
humans who control
Paste.
time.
Well.
Paste.
Stop doing that!
That's the fucking oldest MacBook Air. How thick? No, that has to be from like the 90s. Were MacBook Airs around in the 90s? I'm pretty sure they weren't.
Us humans who control time. Well.
Paste.
Stop doing that!
Oh, Mrs. Doubtfire.
Yes, got it in one.
My turn.
Okay, 4 words. 3 words, sorry. Circle. The moon. The sun. Circle? Circle, sun. Whole thing. What are you doing? What's that? I've never seen anything like that before. What? Playing a piano and tapping a tiny man on the shoulder? Phantom of the Opera, Scarface, Little Women, Fantasia, The Jungle Book, Les Miserables, Sound of Music, The Gospel According to St. John, The Sound of Music. Oh wait, I've got it. It's NordVPN.
Oh my god.
As in NordVPN.
Oh my god, it's an ad from NordVPN, guys.
If you don't want your activity
Oh my
being tracked by
God.
advertisers or hackers or the government, or if you ever use public Wi-Fi, which is really dangerous by the way, you need a VPN to keep you safe online.
Code map men for NordVPN. Let me find Hank Green's video about the time zones. Hack Green. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's look up Hack Green. This is what I want.
So I just finished recording this video for Vlogbrothers about the weirdest, stupidest time zones that exist. And as I was doing research on this, I just sort of scrolled around the big old time zone map. And I was just scrolling around looking at weird situations. And I kind of gave Spain a hard time, but it's kind of cool that so much of the European Union is all in this.
It's so cool that Europe's just like so gelled together. All of the beautiful, wonderful countries, apart from, I guess, Portugal and the UK, we're just like, fuck you. fuck you, Europe, in many ways, apart from this one way, in many ways.
Same time zone. And of course, England would be a holdout from that. So maybe, but like, that's not the weird thing I found. I found something very strange and I want to do some research on it. And I just figured I'd do it with you while I'm recording. There's some weirdnesses, like the fact that Chile split itself in half for seemingly no reason. I don't know why they would do that. I didn't talk about the fact that the weird Arizona time zone actually isn't in the shape of Arizona. It's got this like weird situation going on here. That's because of the Navajo and Hopi Indian reservations. I think that this is correct. The Navajo has daylight savings time, but the Hopi Indian reservation doesn't. That's just welcome to the extraordinary complexities of the United States of America. What we've got here is also really interesting. So like the time zone border situation does not follow the border of the US and Mexico, and US time zones like infiltrate a substantial part of Mexico. This is not the weird thing, by the way. But like now I want to do research on this. In 2022, Mexico introduced major reforms to its time zone system. A key change was the elimination of daylight savings time. Good job, Mexico. Maybe we'll get there someday. The northern border continues to observe a unique seasonal time tailored to the region's commercial needs. Daylight saving time or seasonal standard time continues to be applied in some northern border zones, aligning with the United States daylight savings time to facilitate cross-border trade. Mexico has intentionally made it so that areas that do a lot of trade with the US just operate on the same time zone as the border places with that they would be.
It's all about capitalism. That's basically all you need to know.
Trading with. This isn't the weird thing that I wanted to talk about. That's cool. That's cool and interesting. And interestingly, with the border with Arizona, they don't have to do that because Arizona doesn't have daylight savings time down by the border. Good job. Everybody's working through it. Australia. This is the actual weird thing. Here we are in Australia. Do you see it yet? Do you see the weird thing yet? Is it the fact that they have daylight savings time in some parts and not others?
Look at that tiny little time zone. Look at the tiny little time zone. It's plus 8 hours and 45 minutes.
Is it the fact that they start out in UTC plus 10 and then they've got 9:30 and then they go to 8? Not really. That's weird. I'm sure that they just wanted to be closer to Sydney time. So they changed it a little bit to match with what the sun was doing, but also kept it a little bit closer to Sydney time so it wasn't that different. But what am I seeing?
I really want to go to Australia, but also now if I ever go to Australia, now I'm determined to go to the to go to the area where there is a sign that says please advance your clocks by 45 minutes.
Do you see it? Do you see it yet? Right there. There it is. Our little friend, tiny slice of Australia, that's UTC plus 8 hours and 45 minutes. What's going on? What is going on? So I haven't researched this at all yet. But one thing I do know, having done this research on this, is that time zones are named after themselves. So you can just search like UTC plus 10. So here's the Wikipedia page for the UTC plus 10 time zone. Time zone has a Wikipedia page, which means that I think, probably, hopefully, UTC plus 845. And indeed, there it is. It's our friend UTC plus 8 hours and 45 minutes. Indeed, as I expected, is one place on Earth. And it is in Western Australia. It's got Kaiguna and Cocklebiddy and Eucla and Majura and Moondrabilla. Cocklebiddy? Is that a thing that we decided was a name place? It's a small roadhouse community. Somebody tell me how Cocklebiddy.
Cocklebiddy. I'm going to call this place Cocklebiddy.
Got its name. No one knows what Cocklebiddy means. Of course they don't. First applied to an Aboriginal mission which existed in the area, it can reasonably be assumed to be a word from the Mirning Aboriginal language. Okay. I bet if it is that it's a word that was changed substantially by English speakers to sound like something that they would.
We would never do such a thing. I don't know what you're talking about, Hank. We would never do such a thing. Cocklebiddy.
Would feel more comfortable saying, because Cocklebiddy feels like the kind of name that a English person came up with. I love it though. I'm a huge fan. Don't get me wrong. That's a huge win, I think, for everyone. But that's not what we're here to find out. UTC plus 8 hours and 45 minutes is this Australian Central Western Time. It has a name? They call it Central Western Time? What? Why? Can you just make a time zone? Could like Missoula, Montana be like, sorry you guys, we're like Montana time plus 1 minute. And if we can, should we? I think yeah. I think we should. I think the clocks in Missoula should be 1 minute slower just to show that we don't have to be everywhere on time. It's okay for a little leniency here and there.
Yeah.
We could be a little chill about it.
I need my own personal time zone, right? I need UTC plus moon. And that can be whenever I feel like turning up to a function. That can be moon time. Whenever I fucking feel like turning up.
About this. It's going to be a new initiative by the mayor of Missoula to just be a little chill. Let's be a little chill. Wait. If you can, make your own time zone, which apparently, I haven't gotten any deeper into this, so maybe I'm wrong, but if you can you define it in some other way mathematically? So we've got UTC plus 8 hours and 45 minutes. What if it was UTC plus 8 hours and 45 minutes plus or minus 5? And so it's just like, whatever, you know? You guys, we have to do this. Anyway, let's figure out what actually is going on with it. The use of this time zone dates back to 1935. Although not legally defined by state or federal governments, the boundaries where it commences and ends are clearly understood and recognized by the Shire of Dundas local government and are
UTC about 5? Yeah, I like that. That can be moon time.
Frequently shown on road maps of the area, and road signs advise travelers to reset their clocks by 45 minutes. So it is a local government decision. What I'm hearing is you can make your own time zone. And I don't, there's no, value in this. But, somebody managed to get into this situation where you go to the Wikipedia time zone map, and here it is, this little slice.
There will be a Wikipedia page for moon time. One day there's going to be a Wikipedia page for UTC plus moon.
That says it on the map, and that's official to me. One of my favorite things that I didn't mention in the video is that Samoa and American Samoa, two very close together islands that both contain the word Samoa, are 24 hours apart. So they are in different days all the time. Wild. But how did this happen? So it wasn't just somebody woke up one day and was like, we're doing this, you guys. I had too many beers last night and we're making Wikipedia.
Also, there is no Wikipedia page for even Mooncat yet. So if anybody wants to make one, go ahead. Go ahead. I don't know if the Wikipedia editors will do a little talk page where they're like, is this person notable enough to have a Wikipedia page? I mean, I'm not sure. Is she notable enough? I mean, she's just some kind of micro internet celebrity. I'm not sure she
Bend over backward for us. Commonwealth Railways public timetable shows Central Time was used by that government organization. Passengers were advised to advance or retard their watches by 45 minutes each night on their journey. Oh. As you would travel, the time zone would match the speed of the train, and because the train didn't go far enough for an hour to matter, it was 45 minutes. It was if the train's a little slower, it would have been 30 minutes. If the train's a little faster, it would have been a full hour. But the train goes the speed the train goes, and noon is going to be, oh my God, the train is just following noon around because it's moving. So noon is changing. And in a day, every day, noon changes by about 45 minutes. And so that's how they, early on, in this area, defined the time zones. It runs just east of the South Australia border, just shortly east of Kaiguna. It's included in the TZ database with designator Australia Euclid. What's the TZ database? The time zone database, a collaborative compilation of information about the world.
It's so colorful. I love that. I want that on my wall. I want the time zone database as art on my wall.
Time zones. These are the people that we need to get on board if we buy a town, or if I successfully campaign the mayor of Missoula to make our time zone a plus or minus. And look, if you can do daylight savings time and suddenly one day the time zone changes on the same day every year, and then you can change that day sometimes when you want to, or make it go away. I think you could do a +or-5. And like the way that they have to do stripies on these for the places with daylight savings time, instead of stripies, we're gonna make them have to like create a new system. It's not stripies. It's
What color do I live in? A sort of lilac? Not one of my favorite colors. Not a fan. Not a fan of a sort of lilac. I like this color. I get like a sort of mustard. I'm a fan of a sort of mustard.
savings time. Instead of stripies, we're going to make them have to like create a new system. It's not stripies, it's fuzzies. The database attempts to record historical time zones and all civil changes since 1970. The Unix time epoch. The Unix time epoch? Y'all, I did not realize that we were in an epoch that began in 1970. Oh.
Yeah, I like living in piss time. I forever live within piss time.
Oh, that's a programming thing. Sometimes called epoch time, POSIX time, and Unix time. Epoch is an operating system starting point. I understand roughly what's going on, and we don't need to go deeper into this anymore. You might want to, but I'm not going to go any deeper into that. I feel like I have fairly well established the situation, which in part is that Paul Eggert is a man that we're going to have to get in touch with if we're going to do this work. And I got his email address. I blurted out because I don't want you to email this guy. But his email address, let's
Paul@eggert.com.
just say I could find it. So that's what we need. We need Paul Eggert, and we need the mayor of Missoula. We need all of Missoula. We need someplace. We need someplace to be able to define its time zoniness in a weird way. So this is not recognized by the government, but it is recognized by the Shire of Dundas, which I just don't think is huge. I mean, it's big. It covers a lot of space, but I don't think it's probably very populous. Let's guess. Shire of Dundas population, 677, you guys. I think we can make this happen. It's just some towns all agreeing. But they're agreeing because of like something that goes back to 1935 when the railroad was like, here's how time zones work. Just change your watch by 45 minutes every night.
It was trains, my dude. It was all about trains, and that's what it should still be today. We should still be revolving our entire lives around trains. Why are we not still doing that? It should all be about trains still.
That's how that time zone got established. That's so good. I love it. And all the signs are up, so they're not going to change it. Welcome to the Central Western Time Zone. The time zone that contains the fewest people, except for the one that's just those two islands in the Pacific that only have birds on them. Oh, man. What a world we get to live in, everybody. What a world.
Exactly. Exactly. All right. Shall we move on to the UK news? What were we going to sample? What were we going to sample for it? What did we sample last? Katy Perry. What did we sample? Why can't I hear it? Oh. The sample is clearly I've deleted it from my computer, whatever it was. Cocklebury. Matt Men saying my front bottom. When did they say my front bottom? When did they say my front bottom at some point?
Hey Mark, what time?
Did they say it at some point? Oh, hang on, we're gonna have to open the transcript and have a look for bottoms. We're gonna have to try and find bottoms. Here.
Unity and simplicity, my front bottom.
America.
Is that the only time they... Yeah, that's the only time they said it. There's only one instance. Okay. Okay. All right, fine. You said it. You said it. YouTube to MP3. You said it. Let's see what we can make out of this.
Community who also live there refuse to recognise it. All efforts to correct this have inevitably failed.
Unity and simplicity, my front. Bottom.
Bottom. My front 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 bottom.
In Arizona,
That's not the right bit.
America!
America. When did they actually say it? Hang on.
America!
Just before the America thing. So like there.
Unity and simplicity, unity and simplicity, unity and simplicity, my front, bottom, bottom, front, 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 bottom.
All right, let's go.
Front, bottom, 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 front, bottom,
favorite thing in the world is creating nightmare fuel for you. I need to do an entire stream of just nightmare, Ableton nightmare fuel. It would just be my favorite thing. All right, what have we had going on in the UK? Oh, the fucking local elections. Okay.
This video was...
We do have another TLDR breakdown. But I do need to pee. I do need to pee, so I will have a very quick wee, and then I'll be right back. Oh, but I need to load up the piss song. Hang on. Okay. You will never be happy again. You're welcome. You're welcome. Oh. All right.
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss.
All right.
Brought to you by Brilliant. To many, the local elections just aren't something that sounds interesting. While determining who is responsible for bin collection or managing local councils might be important to local people, nationally, people tend to not pay that much attention. However, it's worth noting that not only are these elections actually far more important than that, with councils assuming responsibility for everything from education to planning regulations, these particular elections hold even more weight than usual, and as such, the media is keeping a close eye on them to see exactly how each of the parties are doing. That's because this is the first real test for many of them since the general election last year. And as we saw last night, it seems that some of the parties have done better than others. So in this video, we thought we'd dive into the results and have a look at what it means for each of the main parties. After 14 long years out of power, how's Starmer doing at the helm of the UK? Well, it's a mixed bag. So check out our analysis of Labour's leader, their foreign policy and economic issues in our magazine Too Long. Read more by clicking the link in the description. Now, it's worth starting by explaining precisely what happened last night. In total, 24 of England's 317 councils held elections, electing over 1,600
Not us. Not here in Leeds, we didn't do fuck all.
councillors. In addition to this, 4 regional mayors and 2 local mayors were also elected, alongside a single MP in Runcorn and Helsby. Now, we should explain off the bat that as a result of the timing of this video's release, we don't actually have the results for a lot of the elections that took place last night. We do, however, have the results for a handful of mayoral elections and the by-election, which should still be enough for us to sink our teeth into. So let's start with the mayoral results. At first glance, you might think that it was a good night for Labour, as they held the mayoralties of the West of England, Doncaster and North Tyneside, while Reform won Greater Lincolnshire. But the red on the map disguises the fact that Labour actually took a real beating in these elections. In all three Labour victories, they were only very narrowly ahead of Reform, who placed second in each. In North Tyneside and Doncaster, both previously reliable Labour mayoralties, Reform was only a point or fewer behind Labour. And in the West of England, Reform was less than 3 points behind, which, aside from being worrying for Labour, was probably also disappointing for the Greens, who were hoping to place better. Interestingly, the West of England result is a particularly visible local manifestation of the new, more than two-party system that we may be living in, as the top 5 parties were all within 11 points of each other. If this splitting of British politics persists, and first past the post survives as an electoral system, then we should get used to candidates winning with much smaller percentages of the vote than we might be used to. One of the most significant of this morning's mayoral results is that from the Greater Lincolnshire mayoral election. This was the first time that the region has held a mayoral election, and it seemed that Reform UK were trying to make a point with their candidate selection. Andrea Jenkins, who, until she lost her seat in last year's election, was a somewhat senior member of the Conservative Party, was selected as Reform UK's candidate. In actually winning the election, and by winning comfortably, Jenkins has demonstrated to the Conservative Party that defection can be rewarded not only by the Reform Party via candidate selection, but also by voters at the ballot box. Frequently we hear rumours that Conservatives are considering jumping ship, but so far we've seen very few of them actually make the jump. But Jenkins' victory may serve as something of a catalyst for wavering Conservatives, who can see the electoral tide shifting against them. Anyway, it doesn't seem that their victory so far will be the end of things either. While we don't have the results for the rest of the mayoral elections, it seems likely that they'll at least go on to win the Hull and East Yorkshire mayoral election. For that election, they selected Luke Campbell, a former gold medal winning boxer and something of a local hero. If he wins, which polls suggest
Is it a boxer one? I was just going to say this is I think this is what's the final results of the local election. And there is a lot of reform. There's a few Lib Dems as well. But there's a lot of reform. A lot of reform.
Yorkshire mayoral election. For that election, they selected Luke Campbell, a former gold medal winning boxer and something of a local hero. If he wins, which polls suggest he will, it will be a demonstration that the populist tactic of choosing celebrities with little political experience can work for Reform, and this may well influence their candidate selection in future elections. But perhaps the biggest result overnight was Reform's victory at the nail-biting Westminster by-election for the seat of Runcorn and Helsby. That's because Reform's candidate beat Labour by just 6 votes, overturning a sizable 15,000 vote Labour majority in the seat. It's Reform's first ever by-election win and puts them back up to 5 MPs in Westminster, as Rupert Lowe was removed from the party amid a saga at the end of March. Nigel Farage even showed up to the count results himself, highlighting the importance that Reform places on it, and adds to the party's narrative that they have winning potential and are becoming the natural opposition to Labour. So those are the results we have so far. But let's move on and have a look at some of the results we're still expecting to come through throughout the rest of today. As counting didn't begin until this morning, it's unlikely that we'll get the council election results until later in the day. All signs though point to them being pretty terrible for the Tories. That's because a majority of the councils up for election yesterday were last elected in May 2021. The Conservatives previously controlled 19 of them, Labour controlled 1, the Lib Dems controlled 3, and Independents controlled 1. While polling is shaky on what exactly is going to happen with these, it's clear that the Tories are going to suffer and lose a decent chunk of them, potentially around 50%, with Reform picking up at least a few of these councils. As for Labour, they went into these elections with fewer seats to lose than the Tories, but the mayoral results today have already demonstrated that Reform are eating away at their votes too. And the only council result we do have, Northumberland, shows that Labour are being hit hard there as well. If all of the polling turns out to be broadly accurate, then it would serve to solidify the broad takeaway message from these elections, that Reform's polling...
Oh my god, why is he hitting those balloons like that? Like, what? Why is he like hitting like little defenseless balloons like an evil cartoon villain?
serve to solidify the broad takeaway message from these elections, that Reform's polling has been accurate and that they're snapping at the heels of the two traditionally main parties. Though as Reform secures a growing number of positions of responsibility...
Wait, is that guy holding a PA speaker just on his head? Mate, these Reform politicians, they are just all in. Like, if this guy's willing to hold an entire PA speaker on his head, I mean, how are we meant to fight against that, really?
Its ability to deliver will come under more scrutiny than ever before. Meanwhile, if you think we've been a little quiet about the Liberal Democrats, that's because the areas in which the Lib Dems are predicted to make gains aren't expected to deliver results until later in the day, while this morning's results have been very much in Reform's favour. If the Lib Dems do end up performing well, as they're expected to, then that will highlight the space they're carving out for themselves as the party for those unhappy with the rightwards shift of both the Tories and Labour, which both have their eyes firmly fixed on reform, rather than on other parts of the political spectrum. At TLDR News, we're always trying to help you learn more.
It's clearly down to all of the little stunts Ed Davey's been doing. That's clearly why. I wonder if there's a little compilation of Ed Davey stunts. I mean, who could resist all of this?
Since he's skidded into his campaign, nobody seems to be having more fun during the election campaign than the Lib Dems leader, Ed Davey. From paddleboarding to baking, the 58-year-old has been doing anything and everything recently to grab voters' attention. Mr. Davey appeared in literally high spirits in his latest stunt as he plummeted from a 160-foot crane while urging voters to take a leap of faith themselves and back his party. Mr. Davey is no stranger to some bizarre stunts as he tries to encourage voters to look beyond Labour and the Tories. He is clearly having more fun than his rivals during this election campaign. Sir Ed played Jenga with blue blocks representing the Conservative Party's seats and also had fun throwing a frisbee while proposing £10 million a year to increase the number of water quality inspectors and unannounced inspections. He's took part in a baking lesson with primary school children, enjoyed a slip and slide water slide in Beckington and took part in some bike riding in Wales. One of our favourites though is his falling into Lake Windermere when he visited the Lake District with local candidate and former party leader Tim Farron. Sir Ed's message behind the stunt said local environmental experts should be part of water companies' boards to ensure sewage spills are taken seriously. He accused Conservative ministers of sitting on their hands. It was Boris Johnson who was the king of eccentric political stunts during his time as Mayor of London, Prime Minister and between. But the leader of the Liberal Democrats has certainly taken that throne, whilst hoping to get a message across at the same time. His aim? To show the Liberal Democrats are on a rollercoaster ride to gaining seats, with a big swing to the party from the Tories. He's taken art classes, completed obstacle courses, met with locals, human and non-human, helped with local services and local Zumba classes, and proved that an election campaign can be wackier than plain old politics. But whilst he hopes to build a strong message for voters, the question is, has he landed on target?
Oh, Oh, has he landed on target? He's gonna try to sort of like get into the news a little bit more because the Lib Dems just like never really get into the media that much. So he's a little bit like, please look at me. Please look at me. Please look at the Lib Dems. Look, we're fun. We do things. We're fun. All right, I've got anywhere but Westminster. Looking into why people are voting for Reform UK. I'm probably going to have to fucking cut this section out of the VOD, but oh well. The Guardian always seems to want to copyright you. The Guardian always fucking... Lincolnshire! That's where I'm from originally. Hey! Lincolnshire! Massey! Taking the responsibility for saving British Steel. Are they literally taking all the credit for that? No.
And that's what's happened. You want to say...
I guess they're like, why, like, even though they weren't, why is it that Reform are the ones cutting through? You know, why are they cutting through and like getting through to people who are voting? Like, that's what we have to consider. Like, why?
I come over for 5 days. I'm here 8 years. How is it?
Like, maybe just because they're new and people are like, we need something new. Somebody who's going to come in and like, fuck this system, man, and change things. But like, they're not going to do that. Then they're not. We're going, so you know what? I thought to make, you know, just because I wanted to change, I thought I'd vote for an ex-banker. The version of capitalism we've got. I'd love to hear what version of capitalism would be ideal for everyone. For the phone party. Thank you so much. Oh my god, I should actually set up a political party and call it the phone party. When like watching these like elections take place in like local town halls, and they don't know how to do any of the sound whatsoever. So it's just like massive feedback, really fucking echoey. They don't know how to do a fucking thing.
It's serious, this. I mean, notwithstanding the tomfoolery of...
They need me, that's what they need. They need the phone party. If they elected the phone party into power, then there would be immaculate sound. Even in a massively echoey town hall, I'd be like, get some fucking foam on these walls. Because we're electing the foam party here. And that also means not only is there beer foam being poured, but there is also foam on the walls to absorb all of this echo. All of the echo, all right?
Sudden feed.
The people will be heard, and it will be not echoey, and there will be zero feedback.
It's been constant.
With local elections, though, I kind of like hope that it's... I hope that it's protest votes, to be honest. I hope it's protest votes and people are less likely to vote for these kind of fringe parties in actual elections. But I don't know. Maybe that's just me being hopeful, and the next time we have an actual election, there'll be a massive swing towards the Reform Party. I don't know. It's kind of dumb, though. I think back to, again, I know I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but this whole kind of thing of people put a lot more stock into the person giving giving an opinion rather than the actual merits of the facts behind that actual opinion. And unfortunately, I think Nigel Farage has a lot of riz in that regard. For some reason, like UKIP was really popular. UKIP got us out of the EU because of Nigel Farage, basically. And then he was like, oh, I'm leaving now, and UKIP basically died. UKIP just died because Nigel Farage left. And then Nigel Farage disappeared for a while, and then he reappeared, and he was like, oh, now... Well, for a while, I think Richard Tice was in charge of Reform. But then eventually Nigel Farage decided that he was going to get back into politics. He tried to leave for a while. Nigel Farage tried to leave politics for a while. And he had this weird thing for a while where he tried to do a little bit of a like get rich quick scheme thing with like Bitcoin. I don't know. It was weird, but clearly it didn't work very well because he was like, fuck this after a while. And then he went back into politics and he decided to become the leader of the Reform Party. As soon as he became leader of the Reform Party, Reform just shot back into relevance like UKIP had been in relevance years ago when we were getting out of the EU. And it just goes to show like people just like follow other people. They follow big personalities. And for some reason, they think that Nigel Farage is a big, charismatic personality because he somehow managed to convince people, like just by holding a fucking pint every now and again, that he's like one of them. You know, like he's a fucking banker. He's not one of them. He's anything but one of them. He's so fucking far from one of them. But they fucking love him. Anything Nigel Farage does, they will vote. They will vote for him. I don't know why. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. It's because of like human psychology and how we make up our minds. That's all. Let me look up that video that I was looking at. Hank Green. How we opinions. How we. That's
Good
the
morning,
one.
John.
This is okay. It's not very long. Okay. This is the thing.
In 1706, a West African man was purchased for the influential and pretty horrible Boston minister Cotton Mather, who was, among other things, an influential voice during the Salem witch trials. We don't know this man's birth name, but he was called Onesimus by his enslavers. Of course, we only know of Onesimus through the writings of his enslavers and other white people around him, but one thing was definitely true. He was a very smart guy, and when Mather asked if Onesimus had ever had smallpox, since the disease had started to come to Boston and everyone knew that you could only get it once, Onesimus told Mather that he hadn't really had smallpox, but he also didn't need to worry about it because where he came from, there was a protective procedure that he had had. It turned...
By the way, I'm going to pour myself. What? Oh, shit. And also, apparently pour all over my keyboard. Hell's Export Special. It's only 0.5%. It's only 0.5%. I'm gonna slow down a bit with the alcohol at this point. Anyway, carry on.
Turns out, Onesimus was absolutely correct. By taking a little bit of pus or a piece of a scab from someone with smallpox and putting it into a wound on the skin.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They used to literally pick people's fucking scabs off. It doesn't say 50%. It says 0.5%. I'm petering out at this point, okay? I'm petering out. Oh, thank you for the super chat. He's the blokiest bloke who ever did bloke. Just your typical salt of the earth stockbroker who tell it like it is, unless it's the truth. That's exactly how it is. But they literally, like, this is the first form of vaccine, guys. They literally used to just pick people's fucking scabs off. How ming is that?
A pus or a piece of a scab from someone with smallpox and putting it into a wound on the skin of a person who had never been infected, you can induce a still unpleasant but less systemic smallpox infection that was much less likely to be fatal. This, of course, if true, would be a very big deal because smallpox is very bad. At the time, Boston only had around 10,000 people and nearly 1,000 of them were killed in a single smallpox outbreak. At this same time, an English noblewoman named Lady Mary Wortley Montagu had returned from Turkey, where her husband was a diplomat, and she had stories of a class of women who performed a very similar procedure to the one Onesimus reported. Lady Mary had survived smallpox herself, but it had left her permanently scarred, and a previous outbreak had killed her brother. She was terrified of the disease, so in Turkey, she had the procedure performed on her son, and then when she returned to England, she became an advocate for it. So this story is, of course, much bigger than this, and I'm excited to make a long video about it someday. I actually recently got to go to the basement of the Royal Society to see the original logbook kept by Lady Mary's physician of all of the inoculations he performed. But right now, I have to tell a different story. This procedure, which is called variolation...
He's gonna, like, write a book about smallpox in the same way that his brother wrote a book about tuberculosis.
Was basically identical between Boston and London. But the reaction to it in these different places was weirdly, like, opposite. In Boston, where it was advocated for by a Puritan minister, it was seen as an upstart, anti-elite, anti-establishment practice, while in London, where it was advocated for by aristocrats and doctors with the express permission of the king, it was seen as a practice of the elites, and it was attacked by anti-establishment, especially anti-royalist voices. Now, it is important to note here, in both cases, it was attacked by people who passionately believed in the inferiority of knowledge and people from foreign lands. So once again, fear of outsiders really does trump pretty much everything else. But in both cases, both sides had legitimate points. Like, variolation was not safe. It makes sense to be scared of intentionally infecting someone with smallpox. However, at the same time, there was pretty good evidence that it was a lot safer than just normally contracting smallpox. And no one had any idea of the mechanism of this for like 100 years after, so it makes sense to be skeptical. It was an untested procedure, and the testing necessarily had to be done on human beings. Some of those people were not really consenting human beings. Some people who got the procedure died. Some doctors performed the procedure poorly, thinking that they could improve upon the practice that had come from foreign lands where the people and knowledge must be inferior. But in the end, variolation turned out to be a positive step, and its imperfection inspired more steps on the path toward true.
Oh shit, are you right? Oh shit. Yeah, it's 4.6%. It's 0.5 liters.
Truly safe vaccines.
Oh shit!
And the eventual eradication of smallpox. But like, in those initial moments, I think it's plenty easy to imagine that there could have been a world where Cotton Mather and Lady Montagu ended up being wrong and their opponents ended up being right. I don't think this is about who was right or wrong. What fascinates me here is that which side of the ideological divide you ended up on mostly was not about whether you were a doctor or a clergyman, an elite or a populist, and it was definitely not about the procedure itself, which was...
I should go home right now. I should go home. I should go home.
Nearly identical in both places. How receptive people were, or antagonistic they were, to this very new thing, variolation, which no one had heard about before, depended in large part on how they already felt about the people who became the advocates for it. You start out with a feeling about the person who was doing the advocating.
This is the important bit that I was put this video on for. This is the important bit. This is the important shit.
Were to this very new thing, variolation, which no one had heard about before, depended in large part on how they already felt about the people who became the advocates for it. You start out with a feeling about the person who was doing the advocating, and then...
Look, I say I am pro-vaccine, right? You lot are clearly only also pro-vaccine because I am.
What? Why? Why are you following me? Make up your own bloody mind, guys.
Based on that, you make up your mind about this new thing, and then you backfill the reasons for the beliefs. Anti-royalists in England didn't say, like, I don't like variolation because I hate the king. Instead, they said this procedure is from scary Muslims, and it stands in the way of the will of God. Elite doctors in America didn't say, I hate this because Cotton Mather isn't one of us and shouldn't be doing medicine. They said, basically,
Why are you taking vaccine advice from a person who doesn't even know how alcoholic their own beer is that they're drinking?
nothing good could come from the knowledge of an African, and this is going to kill people. This effect is so hard to overcome, though many at the time did overcome it. Doctors in Boston listened, and some were convinced. And ultimately, public enthusiasm for variolation in England quieted dissenting voices because they saw that they were on the wrong side of public opinion, which was most of all very anti-smallpox. But in the very heated moment of the big, giant change of a possible way to free people from one of the most painful and deadly diseases in history, what people believed was based not on evidence, but on how they felt about the advocates. I'm trying to think about what we can learn from this. I think one thing is it's like just really good for things to not be a fight. Like, there's a fight about electric cars, but there's not really a fight around heat pumps. Like, heat pumps are just a better way to heat most homes in America, and nobody has like an emotional attachment to their furnace. The longer you can keep these things out of fight territory, the better. Electric vehicles for a while were mostly out of the fight zone, but I think ultimately they've been made into a fight, and advocates for them were on the left, so the right now feels a protective impulse toward things not changing. Sometimes there's like vandalism where they cut the cables of fast chargers, and it's like, what's going on here? And that's what's going on. It's just like, this is the group that likes these, and I don't like that group. And of course, it's not just proponents. Like, the big one here that's all around us all the time is vaccines right now. Where like vaccines used to exist outside of the ideological divide. It was not a part of the conversation. Then like a small group of people started to tell scary stories, and eventually it became a fight. We brought it down into the ideological battleground. And now it seems like the obvious moral thing to do is be like a really vocal advocate for vaccines in like a political way, and that 100% makes it so that more Democrats will get vaccines, but it also 100% means that fewer Republicans will, because it's become a tribal thing. Now, of course, it is harder for me to come up with an example from the left, where like the right was being a proponent for something, and so we turned away from it, because like, of course, I think all of my perspectives are rational, but I think I've like basically got one. So there's this reality right now that there's going to be a demographic shift that will come along with fewer kids being born right now, and that's going to be like a significant thing to deal with. If you have a society with way more old people than young people, that puts strain on things, like not just Social Security, I mean, definitely Social Security, but also lots of other stuff. I think this is absolutely
That is one thing that like you could argue is like, okay, you have a point there. If we carry on the way in which we're going, Western countries are gonna end up having less babies, meaning we're gonna have less young people than old people. But the thing is the reason behind why you're worried about the thing. If you're far right and worried about birth rates, you are worried about birth rates for very white supremacist reasons. Not for like actual legitimate like humankind reasons, just for white supremacist reasons. But there are like some legitimate reasons to be worried about low birth rates. But yeah,
a real situation that will require real attention. But because the right has become like loud and often alarmist, even racist about it, it feels like I mostly don't see anyone on the other side even recognizing it that much. I mean, some, but I think there's a tendency to like now see even acknowledging that that situation exists as a kind of right-wing position. And I get that, because like the way they frame the problem as like a failing of American women in particular, or like educated American women in particular, or like the potential end of white people, like that turns me off. That makes me want to say, no, that doesn't exist. And their frame doesn't exist. It's a terrible frame. But the situation does exist. And if saying, yes, that is a thing, alienates you from your tribe, then this is a sign that the mechanism we're talking about here is occurring. Now, overall, I think that this mechanism is very clear, like how it functions, and I don't think there's a way to like make it go away. But I do think there's ways to mitigate it. I want all people's minds to be open about vaccines and electric cars, two technologies that I have found to be extremely beneficial to my life. And I also want folks to have an open mind about whether TikTok is bad, or how we'll deal with the upcoming demographic transition as we experience the effects of having fewer kids being born. And the best ways to do that are to keep strong opinions out of the mouths of those who would use them to manipulate us. But that's not easy to do because those people are the ones most incentivized to have these loud and strong opinions. And remarkably, in the days of Onesimus, the stickiest and most inflammatory argument that worked on the most people was people and ideas from other places are a terrible risk to you and your family, which is also the stickiest and most inflammatory argument today. Like, there are ways we have progressed and there are ways that we haven't. Fear of outsiders is really deep in us. And that's why it's good for racism to be very taboo, because it is a very powerful and very dangerous tool. It should be considered extremely immoral to invoke it. And there also should be taboos against all of this inflammatory stuff because it shuts people down and prevents us from having open minds and moving society forward. But at the moment, it feels like we are in a cycle where we've lost a lot of those taboos, but perhaps we will see the negative effects of that and will reinstate them sometime soon. Those are the thoughts that I have. John, I'll see you on Tuesday.
Okay, let's go to America, shall I? I need a proper introduction to the US part of the stream. Has there been a Chris Spargo video recently before we leave the UK? Shall we look at a Chris Spargo? Which one are we thinking for the new Tom Scott? Which one shall we watch? Why does the UK have colour-coded milk? I mean, that's not the most vegan choice for the vegan stream. The Ghost Bus of West London. How do you get a blue plaque? What are we thinking? I'm thinking zebra crossings. Oh my God, he absolutely killed it with that one. 1 million. Mate. All right, let's have a look at that one.
If you live in the UK, you have passed symbols like these thousands of times, and you've probably never noticed them.
I literally have never noticed this. Ever. I've never noticed this symbol anywhere around me.
I had never noticed them until I got an email from a subscriber. They're called benchmarks. No one knows exactly how many of them there are, but we know it's at least 100,000 and it might be as many as 500,000. If you're in the UK, no matter how remote you are, you do have one of these hidden in plain sight around you right now.
I'm gonna be looking for these now. I've never noticed them. If I notice one, I'll put it on my Instagram story. I'll put it if I see one when I'm walking around Leeds or anywhere, I put it on my Instagram story. I don't think I've ever noticed one.
They were installed by the Ordnance Survey, Britain's national mapping agency, starting in the 19th century. Back then, if you wanted to know the difference in elevation between this town and the next one, there were very sophisticated tools that would allow you to measure that, but you would have to go out and work.
I mean, I'm always wondering that. I don't know about you. When I go from one town to the next, I'm always thinking, I wonder how much farther above sea level this town is compared to the last one I was in.
Work it out yourself because no one else had done it for you. And as we started to build things like railways, it was becoming pretty important to know the differences in elevation across the country.
Yeah.
So the Ordnance Survey went out and spent 2 decades mapping out lines across Great Britain and Ireland, measuring the differences in elevation along the way. And at every point they measured, they left one of these. And once they were done, each of those benchmarks became a new reference point that could be used to fill in the rest of the country. If you look at Ordnance Survey maps from the 19th century, you'll see these benchmarks everywhere. So now if you wanted to know the height of a particular point, all you had to do was measure it relative to the nearest benchmark. And then you'd instantly know its height
So it's a
relative to
benchmark.
every other part of the country. But a lot of these symbols are on the side of private buildings because the Ordnance Survey Act of 1841 had given them the right to enter private property and do what they needed to do. And also,
So somebody could just fucking go in to your house and be like, mate, we need to put a mark on your building that tells us that we're exactly this amount above sea level. Like, we literally have to carve something into your bricks. I'm sorry. We just fucking have to do this. It's really important.
surprised to find that this law is still in effect. Theoretically, if they needed to, the Ordnance Survey could still demand to enter your property and stick a benchmark.
The fucking map men could just barge into my house right now and carve this into my wall in this room. The fucking map men could, the map men could barge in right now.
On the wall. But it's unlikely because the benchmark network was decommissioned more than 30 years ago.
Shit.
In fact, the last one ever was carved into this milestone in Milton Keynes in 1993 outside what is now a harvester.
It's always fucking Milton Keynes.
It's covered in ivy, so you can't actually see it, but it's there. These days with GPS, there's not much use for benchmarks, but there is one small part of the network that's still in use to this day. They're called fundamental benchmarks, and there are about 200 of them. They were built more than a century ago to serve as a solid bedrock for the rest of the network. I mean, literally, they go almost 2 meters underground.
Whoa!
These days, they contain passive GPS stations. Since we know the exact position of these benchmarks, we can use them to correct and enhance the data we receive from GPS satellites. And using this, modern surveyors can pinpoint their location anywhere in the country to an accuracy of about a centimeter or so. Some of these fundamental benchmarks are on private property, which is why Ordnance Survey retains the right to access those areas. So the benchmarks live on in a small way.
So if you happen to buy a house in the UK and it has one of these Ordnance Survey benchmarks in it, basically it's like, what is it, like written into your contract when you buy the house? The map men can barge in with guns at any point. Let us in! Let us in right fucking now! We need to check that our benchmark's still here.
Ordnance Survey retains the right to access those areas. So the benchmarks live on in a small way. More of them are being lost each year due to redevelopment. But if you're in Britain, I do recommend you have a search online because you'll almost certainly find that you're surrounded by dozens, if not hundreds, if not thousands of them. And if you know any other cool things like this, do feel free to give me an email because this one was great.
There you go. I've never noticed them before, ever. Ever. I'm kind of curious about a couple of should we watch the ones about the blue plaque? Let's do it.
Blue plaques are used in communities all over Britain to mark places where famous historical figures lived and worked. Sometimes they're for someone you've never heard of and they can be a good place to start learning about that person. Other times they're for someone.
Hello Raiders 46 from No Justice, and also a double raid from KF Logan. You always raid together. Why do you guys always raid together? Is there something going on? What's going on here? Why do you always raid together in a double raid?
One that most people in Britain probably have heard of. They're a really cool way to link a historical name to a modern day place. Often when you hear about someone from history, it can be really hard to
I am not drunk right now. Fake news.
imagine them as someone you might actually bump into on the street. But when you're walking around and you say, oh, Charles Dickens used to live in this house and he walked on these streets, it kind of brings into life. Today there are schemes like this all over Britain, although the London scheme was the first, and it was the brainchild of the MP William Ewart, who actually now has his own blue plaque. He suggested the idea in the House of Commons in 1863, and it was taken up a few years later. These days the London scheme is run by English Heritage, and
£5. I now intend to carve a benchmark in every house I visit and see how long it takes to get found out. Chris Spargo will find you.
Later. These days, the London scheme is run by English Heritage, and there are similar schemes run by councils and organisations all over the UK. There's also now a national scheme for England, although that was only set up a couple of years ago. So I'm sure you're very excited now and you want to get your very own blue plaque. Well, the criteria for who gets one...
I want a Mooncap blue plaque, please.
...does vary a bit because there are so many different schemes, but if you want to get one of the official original London ones, first step is to make a significant contribution to human welfare or happiness.
I feel like I've done that. And or an exceptional impact on your field, your community, or society at large. I've definitely done all of those things.
And or an exceptional impact on your field, your community, or society at large.
Yes.
Step 2 is to die, and then wait about 20 years. English Heritage say they'll need that level of distance to work out whether you really made a lasting impact on society. It wasn't always the case, though. This plaque for Napoleon III is actually the oldest surviving one, and it went up while he was still alive. If your accomplishments still look significant 20 years after you've died, you may be in with a chance, although English Heritage only unveils a few of these every year, so it might still take them a while to get around to you. One other thing, they do require the consent of the building owner before they can install one of these, so your best bet might just be to move around a lot throughout your life. Follow these steps, and you should have your very own blue plaque in no time, or at least in a few decades, maybe.
Yeah. All right. Well, I plan on moving out of this house at some point, so maybe there'll be a blue plaque on this house eventually. Maybe. All right, we're gonna go to the US. We're gonna go to the United States of America. This is the most midified thing I've ever heard. Did they say gallantly streaming? I didn't even realize that they said that. Oh shit, he's talking about me. What's that like huge disclaimer at the end? What's that? What? What's that? Wait, hang on. Is there there's a question mark at the end? And the home of the brave? Is it the brave? I'm not sure, guys. Is it the home of the brave? And then there's, what's this? Star Spangled Banner with lyrics, vocals, and beautiful photos. Yeah. This sample PowerPoint notebook file is from Music Play 6 PowerPoints. This publisher has created a PowerPoint and overfilling QuickTime movie for every song in Music Play. The way that they fucking probably made this video in about 2 seconds. What is going on in this last slide? The product is not intended to replace the teacher's guide, although it may be useful on its own for an experienced, well-trained teacher. Really? Musical concepts are highlighted in each file. The title boxes of the concept slides are coloured to show how the concepts align with the national standards. Red, play instruments. Pink, create. Light blue, beat rhythm. Green, melody. Yellow, expressive concepts. Dark blue, analyze this. The goal of the PowerPoints is to make the music teacher's job easier. Okay. Anyway, Donald Trump AI made video. Yeah, from 14 years ago. It sure is. So, okay. Old Donald has said that he would like to be Pope. Do we so he tweeted this, right? Are we sure that he realizes that this is Photoshop? Because I think, or AI, whatever it is, because he didn't seem to realize that the tattoos on the, you know, the MS-13 tattoos, he didn't seem to realize that they were like photoshopped on. He didn't seem to realize that. So does he realize that this photo of himself is fake as well? Because I'm genuinely questioning whether he actually thinks that this is real at this point. Genuinely questioning that. I'm not sure he realizes that this is fake. I don't know. You think the fingers are too long? All right. What's Luigi up to? Look at his little mole there. I have a mole there as well. Not that I'm like getting fangirly or anything. But I also have a mole on my cheek. In the exact same place. Just there. Not that I'm being a fangirl. I'm not. Like this is a criminal. He's got a mole in exactly the same place as I have. He's got a little mole on the middle of his cheek. Federal prosecutors just admitted a paralegal listened to an entire attorney-client call between Luigi Mangione and his attorney, Karen Agnifilo? He drew it himself with a Sharpie. No, it's real. So, what happened with him this week? A paralegal listened to an entire attorney-client call between Luigi Mangione. Like, how on earth did that even happen? How did that even happen at all? How did that happen? I'm so confused. Hang on. Hang on. Oh. Wow. What a helpful video that was. The top federal prosecutor in Manhattan has been recused from Luigi Mangioni's case. So that means he or she has been removed from the case. The government also writes to inform the court that United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Jay Clayton, is recused from this matter. Attorneys from the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York sent in a letter to Judge Margaret Garnett on Wednesday. Newsweek has contacted the district for comment via email. Mangioni's attorneys have been contacted for comment. Facing federal and state charges for the photo shooting of Brian Thompson outside New York City Hotel. He pleaded not guilty to a federal murder charge last Friday. Federal prosecutors have declared their intent to seek the death penalty. Mangioni pleaded not guilty to state murder and terrorism charges. The letter did not explain why Clayton recused from the case, but said that Perry Carbone, the district's criminal division chief, will serve as attorney for the United States. Mr. Carbone has conveyed the same to the Office of Deputy Attorney General, which confirmed that it will in turn notify the Attorney General. Trump announced in April that Clayton, a former chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, will serve as interim U.S. Attorney for Southern District of New York. So basically, like the prosecution lawyer for the state of New York has removed themselves from the case, or somebody else has removed them because of this phone call that was tapped into. Trump wrote this on his Truth Social platform on April 16th. The Southern District leads the Department of Justice oversight over our financial markets and fights for the safety of millions of New Yorkers and the over 60 million people who visit New York annually. The Southern District needs strong leadership now, and I thank Jay for taking on this role while we continue to pursue his Senate confirmation. I believe he is charged in both the New York state system and the federal system. She had to recuse from the case after her address was found on the package of used panties. Do I have to get legal up? Like, because you guys aren't going to tell me what's going on. Has Legal done a video about this? He's not done one about him recently.
Hey, Legal.
Hey, Legal. No, Legal doesn't even know what's fucking going on with this case. Basically, he's not pleading guilty. And the prosecuting lawyer has fucked off. This trial is going to be a shit show. It's going to be an absolute shit show. I told you I didn't plan anything this stream. You're just going to have to deal with me being half pissed and looking at things. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I was relying on you guys to tell me. Wow, wow, wow. I've been really trying, baby. Oh yeah, shit, I'm supposed to form your opinions. Oh yeah, half pissed. Shall we take a poll on how pissed you think I actually am? No, let's not do that. That's a bad idea. What's this? RFK. RFK's proposed national autism registry is a dangerous overreach. Oh yeah, he wants to do an autism registry now. He just keeps getting worse and worse, doesn't he? Weaponizing medical data under the guise of research. This is just basically eugenics. It's just full-on eugenics at this point. Full-on eugenics. Compiling sensitive health records from pharmacies, labs, fitness trackers, and even fitness track. Your fucking iWatch. What are they called? Apple Watch. Your Fitbits. This is a fucking surveillance state. What the fuck? And even veterans. Into centralized database risks unprecedented privacy violations. Plus, outsourcing this data to third-party researchers could invite exploitations. Kennedy's labeling of autism as a preventable disease and tragedy promotes harmful, debunked narratives that dehumanize autistic people. He's gonna fucking bring back lobotomies at this point. Like, he's literally gonna bring back lobotomies at this point. If you don't close up the circles on your Apple Watch every day, if you don't close your fitness circles on your Apple Watch, he's gonna lobotomize you. That's freedom, baby. That's what freedom means. I thought this might be a real video, but it's not. It's not a real video, is it? It's one of those. This is the worst kind of music ever. Just brainless corporate music. Makes me want to lobotomize myself, that music. All right, Musk. What's going on with Musk? Oh yeah, he's losing money, right? It's actually the latest Aphex Twin. Aphex Twin has all of a sudden gone brainless corporate. He released an entire album of just brainless corporate brain rot. A devastating Tesla earnings report today. Net income fell 71%. Total revenue slid 9% from 21.3 billion a year earlier. Tesla stock down 41% so far in 2025. Suffered their worst quarterly drop since 2022. I mean, if you ask me, Tesla, was always a Ponzi scheme anyway that was going to collapse at some point. You know? It was always massively overvalued anyway. So, in my opinion, this is some shit that was just always going to happen, because Tesla's stock was always riding off what investors thought of Elon Musk and what they thought Elon Musk could do. And that's always been massively overinflated. Because to be honest, investors are dumb as shit. In my opinion, people who have money, the people who have all of the money are dumb as a pile of shit. They're just dumb. And for those reasons, they thought that Elon Musk was the most intelligent man in the whole world. And they were like, yeah, cool, let's put all of our money into this guy because they're dumb as shit. This was always going to happen. It's always going to happen eventually. It was always going to happen. It's not surprising. It's not. All right, what else have we got? Oh my God, who didn't know? Earlier today, there was a media report erroneously complaining that the Tesla board had contacted recruitment firms to initiate a CEO search at the company. So they wanted to replace him. This is absolutely false. This is an extremely bad breach of ethics that the WSJ would publish a deliberately false article. He started tweeting like Donald Trump, just like randomly in capitals. Like he's even tweeting like Daddy Trump now. A deliberately false article, and failed to include an unequivocal denial beforehand by the Tesla board of directors. About a month ago, with Tesla's stock sinking and some investors irritated about Elon Musk's White House focus, Tesla's board got serious about looking for Musk's successor. Board members reached out to several executive search firms to work on a formal process for finding Tesla's next chief executive. According to people familiar with the discussions, the board narrowed its focus with a major search firm, according to the people familiar with the discussions. The current status of the succession planning couldn't be determined. It is also unclear if Musk himself, a Tesla board member, was aware of the effort, or if his pledge to spend more time at Tesla has affected succession planning. Musk didn't respond to requests for comment. So, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Either they were or they weren't. I don't fucking know. Like, surely he would know, though. Surely he would know if they were looking for a new CEO. Surely he would fucking know. I don't believe that he, like, at the very least, I don't believe Elon Musk would not know if they were looking for someone to replace him. As much as I would love for that to happen, emotionally, in my emotional lizard brain, as much as I would love that to happen in my emotional lizard brain, would that realistically happen without him knowing? I don't think so. You'd believe it? Okay. Well, I mean, if you'd believe it, let's believe it. Okay. Oh yeah. So basically all of the scientists who have recently got sort of like cancelled for being not woke enough have all written a book together. And
a number
honestly,
of you have let me know.
I would fucking love, like, after I'm done with the current project, I would just, I don't know, I would love to just read this book and tear it apart. Rebecca Watson's done a sort of short breakdown of like the authors of this book.
A number of you have let me know that there is a hot new book coming out soon all about the war on science. And it's not out yet, so obviously I haven't read it, but I'm pretty pumped because I enjoyed the first one, The Republican War on Science, which was published 20 years ago. So obviously it is due for an update. It's weird, though, that this one has dropped the Republican part because it seems like the attacks on science are still coming almost exclusively from Republicans, as I detailed in my previous video about how the Trump administration is disappearing published research that conflicts with their worldview and bullying editors of scientific journals to present both sides of pulmonary embolisms or whatever, and defunding important scientific institutions. So yeah, it's really weird that Chris Mooney would drop the word Republican from the title for this updated version of his book, because this makes me think that maybe he now thinks the war on science is not solely or even primarily Republican. It suggests a bipartisan war at best and a democratic war on science at worst. Hold on, let me just zoom in on the author. Oh, hold on. It's not from Chris Mooney. This is a collection of essays edited by Lawrence Krauss. Well, that's weird. Let's have a look at the publisher's description. From assaults on merit-based hiring to the policing of language and replacing well-established disciplinary scholarship by ideological mantras, current science and scholarship is under threat throughout Western institutions. As this group of prominent scholars, ranging across many different disciplines and political leanings, detail, the very future of free inquiry and scientific progress is at risk. Many who have spoken up against this threat have lost their positions, and a climate of fear has arisen that strikes.
This shit makes me so fucking mad.
At the heart of modern education and research. Banding together to finally speak out, this brave and unprecedented group of scholars issues a clarion call for change. Topics include free speech, victimhood, ideology, corruption of academic disciplines, cancel culture, DEI, gender and race, and what we can do. Higher education isn't what it used to be. Cancel culture and DEI have caused many to keep their mouths shut. Not so the authors of this book. This collection of essays tells of threats to open inquiry, free speech, and the scientific process itself. A much-needed book, says Sabina Hassenfelder, physicist and author of Existential Physics, A Scientist's Guide to Life's Biggest Questions. Okay, there it is. If you missed my previous videos about Sabina Hassenfelder, she's the disgraced former physicist turned YouTuber who thinks that the researchers who have found that science-based trans healthcare saves lives are crazy. And so the choice to have her blurb in this summary caused me to notice a few names in the list of contributors to the war on science who seem to share a similar anti-science, anti-trans worldview. Particularly Stephen
I wonder if I recognize any of these names. Oh, Gadsad. Oh, that fucking god. Gadsad. Steven Pinker. Lawrence Krauss. Jordan Peterson. Oh, my favorite. Richard Dawkins. Yeah, they've got all the best guys. They've got all of the best guys in this book. I would fucking love to read this book and just in some way tear it apart.
Pinker, Richard Dawkins, and Jerry Coyne. I mean, I'm sure many of the names on this list share that view, but these three in particular jumped out at me because of an event that occurred recently in the atheist community, if that still exists. All three of these men were honorary board members of the Freedom from Religion Foundation, a nonprofit founded in 1978 by the feminist freethinker Annie Nicole Gaylor to fight for the continued separation of church and state in the United States. But a few months ago, Pinker, Dawkins, and Coyne all resigned from the board because FFRF decided to remove a post Coyne made about transgender people. Why did they decide to remove it? Well, just to pick one sentence, Coyne claimed transgender then appear to be twice as likely as natal males and at least 14 times as likely as natal females to be sex offenders, which he bases on one transphobic group's claim that 60 trans people in England and Wales prisons are sex offenders, which is a slightly higher percentage than the number of cis men in those prisons who are sex offenders. That's right, 60 people in prison used to justify the claim that trans people are twice as likely as cis men to commit sex crimes. Here's a related statistic. Black people...
That's how to get a statistically significant result. Just look at 60 people within a prison. That's how you do it. That's exactly how you do science, baby. 60 people who are already within a prison. That's how you do science.
Make up 40% of the population of U.S. prisons, despite only being about 14% of the general population. Does Jerry Coyne think that that means that Black people are more likely to commit crimes? You know what? Actually, that's a bad example because honestly, I think he probably does believe that. So how about this instead? The number of U.S. federal prisoners who are Protestant is only about 29%, despite the fact that they represent 44% of the U.S. population. Does that mean that Protestants are less likely than, say, Jews to commit crimes? Or Buddhists? No, you fucking drooling halfwit. It does not mean that. Just like a handful of shitty trans people in prison doesn't tell us anything about the total population of trans people. Despite this complete lack of evidence, Coyne uses it to insist that trans women should be prohibited from certain jobs, like serving as rape counselors and workers in battered women's shelters. And also, if convicted of a crime, they should not be placed in a women's prison, because he thinks trans women are more predatory than cis women or cis men. When FFRF deleted Coyne's post, he resigned in protest. Richard Dawkins and Steven Pinker agreed with him so wholeheartedly that, yes, trans women are more predatory and cannot be trusted in certain jobs that they resigned as well. And now all three are contributors to Lawrence Krauss's new collection of essays about the threat of gender and cancel culture. It's fascinating to me that they decided to contribute to this anthology in particular in the wake of their very brave resignations, because now I'd like to tell you a little bit about the editor, Lawrence Krauss. If you know anything about Lawrence Krauss, you might know that he's a theoretical physicist who's written more than a dozen well-received popular science books. And if you know anything else about Lawrence Krauss, you know that he's a sniveling, unctuous sex pest who's been credibly accused many, many times of sexual harassment and assault by various women, and that he vociferously has defended his very good friend, Jeffrey Epstein.
That very picture ended up in my evolutionary psychology video. This is a great picture.
Epstein connection was the first time I started to realize something wasn't quite right with Lawrence Krauss. Back in 2011, a reader of my blog, Skepchick, emailed me with a concerning quote. The Daily Beast had reported that Krauss was asked about his relationship with convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein, and he was quoted as saying, "If anything, the unfortunate period he suffered has caused him to really think about what he wants to do with his money and his time and support knowledge," says Krauss. Jeffrey has surrounded himself with beautiful women and young women, but they're not as young as the ones that were claimed. As a scientist, I always judge things on empirical evidence, and he always has women ages 19 to 23 around him, but I've never seen anything else. So as a scientist, my presumption is that whatever the problems were, I would believe him over other people. Though colleagues have criticized him over his relationship with Epstein, Krauss insists, "I don't feel tarnished in any way by my relationship with Jeffrey. I feel raised by it." And again, that was after Epstein had already been convicted of, child sex crimes. So I had met Krauss before very briefly, and I'd read some of his writings, and I couldn't imagine that he would say something so...
When someone's convicted of sex crimes, but as a scientist, I thought that it was okay. as a scientist.
Bonkers to a journalist. So I reached out via email to get the full context that the reporter had clearly omitted. And what I got back stunned me, not just because Krauss doubled down on his support for his sex offender friend, but because the emails I received looked and sounded as if they were written by a semi-literate 10-year-old boy. In a typo-written screed, Krauss accused the underage girls of targeting Jeffrey Epstein and victimizing him. When I asked if I could post his reply in full, he said yes, and he wanted this part added in which he brought up rumors I had never even heard of, that Krauss himself had engaged in orgies on Epstein's island, and he insisted those rumors were not true, which, yeah, that's a wild thing to introduce to the conversation, but okay. Krauss then continued battling for Epstein in the comments. It was really surreal at the time, but in the years since then, things became clearer as I heard from more and more women that Krauss was, in fact, a sex pest. I even heard accounts from employees of Center for Inquiry who said that a woman reported Krauss for sexually harassing her and making her deeply uncomfortable when he was the featured speaker on one of their cruises, and he suggested that she join him and his wife in a threesome. Several employees who heard about this incident tried to get CFI director Ron Lindsay to stop inviting Krauss on the annual cruises, but he refused because Krauss sells tickets. Eventually, a team of reporters at BuzzFeed decided to collect all the credible accounts about Krauss that they could confirm. In addition to that cruise ship story, they also found that Krauss had pushed a woman down onto the bed of his hotel room and grabbed her crotch, which she told friends at the time was completely non-consensual, invited to dinner an undergraduate student at the university where he was a full professor. The student wrote about it in the school paper without naming Krauss, but his reputation for sexually harassing undergrads was so well known that the dean figured out it was him immediately and asked the student to make a formal complaint. The number of complaints resulted in Case Western banning him from stepping foot on campus without prior approval. Krauss got banned from ever returning to lecture at the Perimeter Institute due to an incident that they wouldn't detail due to privacy concerns of the victim, groped the legs of another undergrad at an atheist conference against her will, grabbed the breast of a woman who attended one of his lectures after she asked for a selfie, sexually harassed his employees and undergrads at Arizona State so often that they started—
I guarantee you that he denied all of this and went, oh, it was BuzzFeed News that was alleging this. Like, whenever BuzzFeed News came for anyone for, like, sexual harassment or anything, the person who was being accused would always be like, oh, you would believe BuzzFeed News? BuzzFeed? BuzzFeed News? BuzzFeed News has now shut down, I believe. They're not even a thing anymore because I don't think that they were profitable. But like the worst business decision ever for BuzzFeed was to name their actual journalistic outlet department of their business BuzzFeed News. Like, why would you name yourself after BuzzFeed? Like, as a journalistic publication, the number one thing you want is to sound legitimate and serious and like you're not just some gossip website. I feel like that's the number one thing you want. So the number one thing that you should probably not do is call yourself BuzzFeed News, because this happened with Tony Robbins as well. When I was making my video about Tony Robbins, it was BuzzFeed News that actually did some really, really fucking good work in exposing him as a sex pest, which I believe he is, a complete sex pest. But Tony Robbins and his entire PR team found it really, really easy to fight against these allegations simply for the fact that they were reported in BuzzFeed News. Because BuzzFeed had this, it's always had this like connotation with it of that, like the word BuzzFeed has always just been like, oh, well, this is just some kind of frivolous gossip site that has nothing actually substantial behind it. There's no real checks and balances behind this website. It's just a gossip website. And that's why they eventually failed in the end, because they called themselves BuzzFeed. But they actually did some really, like, while they were functional, they actually did some really good journalism, and they did some really good work in exposing, specifically with exposing, like, actually, like, sex pest powerful men. They did some really good work exposing them. But the people that they exposed had too much of an easy time essentially saying, well, there's nothing behind this story because it's BuzzFeed that are reporting it, and they're just a gossip website and they don't check anything.
Of a woman who attended one of his lectures after she asked for a selfie, sexually harassed his employees and undergrads at Arizona State so often that they started keeping lists of the incidents and freely announced that he was a sexist and a womanizer. One example was that he admitted he didn't hire women of childbearing age to avoid paying for maternity leave, and asked one employee if she was on birth control so that she wouldn't inconvenience him. 8 months after that article went up, BuzzFeed followed it up with a treasure trove of documents on Krause's predatory behavior just coming from Arizona State. He propositioned a prospective employee, suggesting a threesome. He told one employee that she should take one for the team and date a donor who was attracted to her. He discussed strip clubs with his staff, and when challenged on his actions, he tried to pass it all off as a joke. They found that he also groped the thigh of another atheist activist, Christina Rad, and he encouraged staff to view fan mail, including nude photos, and showed them a cartoon of a person bent over with their pants down, revealing their bare buttocks. The report also described how Krause and an employee whose name is redacted engaged in conduct towards one another, hugging, touching, kissing in the presence of staff, giving the perception to current and former staff members that they were involved in an intimate relationship. Krause and the employee denied there was an intimate relationship and stated that the interactions were a form of greeting. Finally, to add to all of those reports, there is a record of 3 additional cases in which Krause allegedly sexually harassed people, as documented by one of his colleagues who wrote this blog post on March 10th of 2018. After that BuzzFeed article appeared, I did some digging on my own and came up with 3 cases that have convinced me that Krause engaged in sexual predation of both a physical nature, groping, and of a verbal nature, offensive and harassing comments. The allegations that convince me are not public, but the accusers are sufficiently credible that I believe their claims to be true. Further, these claims buttress the general allegation of sexual misbehavior made in BuzzFeed. In my view, then, Krause had a propensity to engage in sexual misconduct. I therefore disassociate myself from the man. All I can do, and which I do here, is publicly disassociate myself from Krause, declare that the behaviors I know of are reprehensible, and hope that he owns up to his behavior. The name of the colleague who wrote these strong words? Jerry Coyne. Yep, that's right, the man who alleges that trans women are predators who can't be trusted.
I remember ending up on this website for my evolutionary psychology video. Why evolution is true.
Yep, that's right. The man who alleges that trans women are predators who can't be trusted around vulnerable women. The man who has contributed an essay to Lawrence Krause's new book and who at some point in the past few years deleted this post rebuking Krause as a sexual predator and claiming that he would disassociate from him. So, yeah, you might be able to see where I'm going with this. Simon & Schuster has decided to allow a man with a rich and detailed history of sexually harassing his young students, colleagues, and fans, and who spent years defending Jeffrey Epstein, the most famous child sex predator on the planet, to publish a collection of essays that include contributions from men who fervently believe that trans women are predators who shouldn't be allowed to work with vulnerable women. Wow, they must be right. Cancel culture is real.
Sounds really scientific, this book.
I can't wait to read all about it in their big book.
All right, I'm going to go for a wee. And then somebody put a video about AI Titanic content. So, yeah, I'll check that out. But I'm going to be right back. Also, Brooklyn would like to leave the room, so I need to open the door for him. He's just solemnly staring at the door right now.
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I like to.
All right. I think I might do one more thing before I leave. This AI video is like half an hour long. I actually don't know if I can last that long. I'm actually pretty fucking tired. I was up at like 8 a.m. I've been trying to get up earlier. I know. I've been trying to get up earlier. And I went into town today. And actually, no, I did. First thing I did today was I went for a run. And I went for a pretty good run, actually. It was like, so how long was it? It was pretty fucking long. Commute. Let me look at my commute. Completed 69 completed activities on commute. Nice. I did a 4.61 mile run earlier. And then I went to town and I had an all-you-can-eat sushi meal. And yeah, I ate a lot of food after that. It was all you can eat sushi. There's a place called Sushi something. It's all you can eat for like about 30 quid or something. So good. The food is so nice. So, yeah. Because of the research I've been doing. Oh yeah, after we went to the sushi thing, we went to the kitty cafe. We went to the kitty cafe in Leeds. In the city centre. And yeah, I cheated on Brooklyn for a bit. And saw some other cats for an hour or so. They were so cute. They're like chasing each other around. All you can eat sushi sounds dangerous. Yeah, it is. But yeah, due to my research, I found out, for like absolutely unconnected for no reason, but like because of my research that I've been doing for the Letby case, I know a lot about neonatology now. And when you feed a baby a lot of food, like a lot of food, to the point where like they're really, really full, they shit their nappy, right? And that's called a gastrocolic reflex. I know the word for that. I know the term for that now. For no like it reminded me for that for no reason. Like when you eat a lot and you feel like you need to go and have a poo. Gastrocolic reflex. It's like when you feed a baby a lot of food and they shit their nappy, that's what's going on. Because like their little stomach expands and it puts pressure on the intestines. It happens in adults as well. But we mostly notice it in little babies when they've eaten a lot of food. Yeah, adults get it as well. Gastrocolic reflex. Babies are meat tubes, yeah. But no, it was really good. I think it was called Sushi Sakura. It was like on the Marion Center. On the outside of the Marion Center in Leeds. Like you don't get to it from the inside. It's like on the outside. On the outside of the Marion Center. Also, another piece of media that I've listened to recently is a really old episode of the Louis Theroux podcast where he interviews Craig David. It's an old episode, but it's actually really interesting. It reminded me of that because Marion Center, Avid Marion, is one of like Keith Lemon's alter egos. And supposedly he named Avid Marion after the Marion Center in Leeds. Anyway, doesn't matter. Basically, I was listening to the Louis Theroux podcast where he interviews Lee Francis, who had this character called Avid Marion or Keith Lemon. He had these two characters called that. And this massive show that he did in the UK a while ago was called Bo Selecta. And Bo Selecta is the name of a Craig David song. When the crowd say Bo Selecta. And Bo Selecta got really big in the UK because basically Lee Francis, this guy, was making fun of... It was basically like the whole sketch show was basically like a parody of this guy who idolized celebrities. And one of them was... it's weird. In part of it, he would put on these massive masks, prosthetic-ish masks of famous people, and a couple of these celebrities that he took the piss out of were black, and Craig David was one of these people that he took the piss out of. And to do that, he put a massive prosthetic mask on of Craig David's face, a man who is black, and it was like a massively caricatured face. but he had like a kestrel. Craig did like this caricature of Craig David had a kestrel, and he would say, select. He would have like a northern accent, even though Craig David himself is from Southampton. He doesn't have a northern accent. He has like a southern accent, but for some reason he gave Craig David like a northern accent and a really caricatured black face, really bad. And he had a kestrel for some reason, and he'd say selecta and like all of these stupid sound bites and stuff. When did the stream go off this entire stream was off the rails. This stream was never on any rails, okay? It was never on any rails. Anyway, so I was listening to Craig David, who he was taking the piss out of, being interviewed by Louis Theroux on his podcast. It's actually really interesting. Like, I recommend listening to it. But essentially, Craig David ended up moving out of the UK. He left the UK. Craig David left the UK because of Bo Selecta. He basically left because of Bo Selecta, because he basically became a joke. When Bo Selecta came out in the UK, it was massively successful, and Craig David felt like he'd become a joke. And Bo Selecta, the song, was a joke. When Bo Selecta was actually the first time that a sort of like, that comes from Jamaica. Like the words Bo Selecta come from Jamaica, and they come from Jamaican culture. And he'd brought that to the UK, and like this song, like everyone was going Bo Selecta, and all of a sudden this like Jamaican saying was like really popular in the UK, and everyone was loving it. And it was a really positive thing. And then the show, Bo Selecta by Lee Francis, came along, and all of a sudden, Bo Selecta wasn't this like celebrated thing anymore. It was a joke. And like whenever Craig David left his house, like people would shout it at him in the street, like, Bo Selecta, kids, and they'd take the piss out of him. And Craig David was like saying in this podcast how he felt like he was being bullied because of this show. And because of that, he like eventually left the UK, and he went to America for like a couple of decades, I think, because he just couldn't stand being in the UK because he'd become this joke. Everyone was like, Bo Selecta, Kez, Bo Selecta, because they were just like repeating what this Bo Selecta show had turned him into, and he felt like that was all he was. So he was just like, fuck this, and then he left. And he's like, basically Craig David was saying on this podcast that he's never really forgiven Lee Francis for doing that to him. And it's not only Craig David that he did that to a lot of other people as well, that he took the piss out of in that show. I remember he took the piss out of Mel B from the Spice Girls a lot as well. The only black person in the Spice Girls, he really, 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 really took the piss out of her. It's not good. It's really not good. But yeah, Craig David was basically saying how Lee Francis is like a bit of a bully, and he doesn't really like when Black Lives Matter happened. Lee Francis did this like apology video. I wonder if I can find it. Apology. Yeah, this one.
Offensive it was back then, and I just want to apologise. I just want to say sorry for any upset I caused. Whether I was Michael Jackson, Craig David, Trisha God.
I'm not on the right screen. Whoops. Hang on.
I didn't realise how offensive it was back then, and I just want to apologise. I just want to say sorry for any upset I caused. Whether I was Michael Jackson, Craig David, Trisha Goddard, all people that I'm.
Oh yeah, he did Michael Jackson and Trisha Goddard as well. Like with these just caricature masks on.
A big fan of, and I guess we're all on a learning journey.
Yeah, that was the Craig David one. This was Mel B.
I check that the corner. Ow! I check that the old Shamon, motherfucker. Ow! That's how it's really done.
Hi, my name's Lee Francis. I play a character called Keith Lemon on television. It's been a weird few days. I've sat and thought about things and what I could post to try and help things. Back in 2002, I did a show called Selecta. I portrayed many black people. Back then, I didn't think anything about it. People didn't say anything, and I'm not going to blame other people. I'll just keep it on.
How do? I'm Mel B. They're known as Scary Spies. Oh, you bastards. But here are the Luke.
Well, I've been talking to some people. And
Mel B, though, to be fair, is actually Northern. Mel B is actually from Leeds. Craig David was definitely not Northern, though. But he like gave everyone a Northern accent.
And I didn't realise how offensive it was back then. And I just want to apologise. I just want to say sorry for any upset I caused. Whether I was Michael Jackson, Craig David, Trisha Goddard, all people that I'm a big fan of. And I guess we're all on a learning journey. And
I'm going to hairdressers today to get myself a new look.
So what is it you want me to do?
I want my balls changed into plaits, like Leroy from Fame.
Oh, God, I'm cringing so hard. Oh,
Here you go, Kazza.
Is it done?
All finished.
I look just like Leroy from Fame, don't I? Say it then.
You look like Leroy from Fame.
I know I do. Proper bow. Can I get a rewind?
See, that's how it became like a catchphrase. But like on this podcast, Craig David was explaining how Bo Selecta actually like came from Jamaican culture, and then but nobody had heard of it until the song came out, and then this show came out. And all of a sudden, Bo Selecta was this like, Bo Selecta, can I get a rewind? And it became this just like caricatured joke. And it was just like just the most just insensitive shit ever.
Ever got annoyed about your impersonations of them?
Yes.
Because you are quite rude about them.
I know this guy, Avid Merrion, who did a show called Bo Selecta.
I love that show.
And Craig David apparently got wound up, but then I heard it was false, he didn't get wound up. And anyway, I apologise on behalf of Avid Merrion. Now we're friends.
That's great.
I think we're friends.
I'm glad that's
we were
sorted
friends at
now.
Fern Cotton's wedding.
I've got a rumour.
Yeah, they were never friends. They were never friends. But I recommend listening to that podcast. If you want a podcast to listen to, also I recommend listening to The John Ronson podcast about the debutante. If you're interested in neo-Nazis. Anyway, I'm getting tired. I did think that this one would be a short stream. I'm getting up earlier these days. I'm getting up earlier. And I just can't stay up as late. It's awful because I've actually not finished the beers that I've poured myself. My beer eyes were bigger than my beer belly, and I'm just like, I can't. I'm gonna have to put this in the fridge, and I'll probably try and drink it tomorrow, and it'll be flat, but I can't just pour it down the sink. I'll just drink it flat tomorrow because I can't bear to throw it away. I can't drink it. I can't. I'm tired. I did my really long run. And I did my all-you-can-eat sushi. I was at the Kitty Cafe. I had a day off from doing my research today, but every other day this week, I have been thinking about dead babies. It's a hard life being Moon Cat. I've literally been thinking about dead babies the rest of the time, the rest of the week.